Introduction. The question that changes everything. There is a moment that almost every English learner knows. You have been studying for months, maybe years. You have filled notebooks with vocabulary lists. You have memorized grammar rules until they blur together. You have sat in classrooms, watched videos, listened to podcasts, downloaded apps, and repeated words in front of mirrors. You have worked hard. You have been consistent, and yet when you open your mouth to speak, the words come out slow, broken, tangled. The sentences feel borrowed from someone else. You reach for the right phrase and find nothing but silence. Then you meet someone. Maybe it is a classmate, a colleague, a stranger at a language exchange event. This person has been learning English for roughly the same amount of time as you. Their background is not so different from yours. They did not grow up in an English-speaking country. They did not go to an expensive international school. They did not have native-speaking parents. And yet they speak with a confidence and a fluency that seems to belong to a different category of person entirely. They tell a joke and everyone laughs. They jump into a conversation without hesitating. They make a mistake, laugh at it, and keep going. They sound, somehow, like themselves in English, not like someone translating their thoughts from another language in real time. You watch them and you feel something complicated. Part admiration, part confusion, part frustration, and beneath all of it, a question that won't let you go. What do they have that I don't? This audiobook is the answer to that question, not the surface answer, not the one that sounds good in a motivational video. The real answer, the one that most language learning programs never tell you. Because to tell you honestly would require them to acknowledge that much of what they sell you is incomplete. The answer involves neuroscience. It involves psychology. It involves the way identity works, the way memory works, the way fear shapes the human voice. It involves ancient circuits in the brain and surprisingly modern decisions about how you spend your Tuesday evening. The hidden pattern, the one that explains why some people learn English faster, is not about intelligence. It is not about talent. It is not even, in the deepest sense, about method. It is about something more fundamental than all of those things. It is about the relationship a learner has with the language itself, with themselves as a speaker, with failure, with uncertainty, with other people, and with time. What separates fast learners from slow ones is not what they do. It is how they think about what they do. It is the invisible architecture of belief and emotion and strategy that runs beneath every vocabulary drill and every grammar exercise and every stuttering, stumbling, glorious attempt to communicate in a language that does not yet feel like home. This audiobook has 20 chapters. Each one peels back a layer of that invisible architecture. Each one reveals a principle, a pattern, a mechanism that drives language acquisition either forward or backward. Some of what you will hear will surprise you. Some of it will make you uncomfortable because it will ask you to look honestly at the habits and beliefs you have carried into your learning, habits and beliefs that you may have thought were helping you when in fact they were quietly holding you back. But none of it will discourage you. That is a promise, because every chapter that exposes a hidden obstacle also hands you a key. Every pattern that explains why some people fall behind also explains exactly and precisely what the people who move forward are doing instead. You do not need to be born with a gift for languages. You do not need perfect pronunciation or a photographic memory or a special kind of brain. You need understanding. You need the right map for the territory you are trying to cross. And that is what this audiobook will give you. So let us begin. Chapter 1. The fastest learners are not the smartest ones. If you asked most people to predict who would learn a new language fastest, they would probably describe someone who gets high scores on tests, someone who memorizes things easily, someone who is always good at school, who has a large vocabulary in their native tongue, who can explain grammatical structures clearly and follow complex instructions without difficulty. In other words, most people would point to the smartest person in the room. They would be wrong. Not completely wrong. Cognitive ability plays a role in language learning, as it plays a role in almost everything that involves the human mind. But it is far from the dominant factor. The research on this is consistent and has been consistent for decades, yet somehow it never quite makes it into the mainstream conversation about how to learn a language. Study after study has found that what we conventionally call intelligence, meaning the kind measured by IQ tests, academic grades, and standardized assessments, is only weakly correlated with the speed and depth of second language acquisition. The correlation exists, but it is surprisingly small. In practical terms, this means that a person with a high IQ who approaches language learning in the wrong way will reliably be outpaced by a person of average intelligence who approaches it in the right way. So what explains the right way? What is the quality or combination of qualities that predicts fast language learning better than raw intelligence does? The answer is a cluster of things, not one single trait, but they all orbit around a central concept that researchers in applied linguistics and cognitive psychology have come to call language learning aptitude. And aptitude, it turns out, is not quite what you think it is. It is not a fixed gift that some people are born with and others are not. It is more like a set of tendencies and strategies that can be cultivated, strengthened, and directed. One of the most important components of language learning aptitude is phonemic coding ability, which is the capacity to hear sounds in a new language accurately and hold them in memory long enough to work with them. This is not the same as having a musical ear, though there is some overlap. It is about whether your auditory system can detect and retain sound patterns that do not exist in your native language. People who develop this skill early in their learning journey tend to make faster progress across all areas because so much of language is built on sound. Another component is rote learning ability, which is the capacity to form and retain associations between form and meaning. This is closer to what people usually mean by a good memory for language. But here again, researchers have found that the most effective learners do not simply have stronger memories. They have smarter strategies for using their memory. Strategies that exploit the brain's natural tendencies rather than fighting against them. A third component, and perhaps the most interesting one, is what researchers call inductive language learning ability. This is the capacity to notice patterns in language, to implicitly extract rules from examples without being explicitly taught them. It is the ability to sit inside a stream of language and feel, beneath the surface, how the grammar is working. Children do this naturally. Adults can do it too. But many adult learners bypass this capacity entirely, preferring to be told the rules rather than discover them. This preference, while understandable, turns out to cost them dearly in the long run. But beyond all of these cognitive factors, the research points consistently to something that seems at first glance to be separate from intelligence entirely. Motivation. Not the shallow kind of motivation, not the feeling you get on the first day of a new resolution, but deep, durable, self-sustaining motivation rooted in genuine connection to the language and the world it opens. The fastest learners, the ones who seem to acquire language almost effortlessly, are almost always the ones who need the language in a real and felt sense. They are not learning English because they think they should, or because their company requires it, or because they vaguely want to seem more educated. They are learning because there is something in English that calls to them, a community of people, a body of literature or film or music, a professional world they want to enter, a relationship they want to deepen, a version of themselves they want to become. This is not a soft observation. The mechanism behind it is neurological. When learning is connected to genuine desire, to something the emotional brain cares about, the brain's reward system activates in a way that dramatically accelerates consolidation of new information. Dopamine, The neurotransmitter associated with reward and motivation literally changes how well the hippocampus encodes memories. This is why you can forget a grammar rule you studied for an hour, but remember a phrase you heard in a song you loved 20 years later. The emotional charge is doing something real in the brain. The fastest learners also share something else: a fundamentally different relationship with difficulty. Most learners treat difficulty as evidence of a problem, as a signal that they are not learning in the right way, or that they are not smart enough, or that they need to go back to basics and start over. Fast learners treat difficulty as information. When something is hard, they become curious about it. They ask what specifically is hard, why it is hard, what they can do to make it easier, and what the difficulty is trying to tell them about the gap between where they are and where they want to be. This sounds like a personality trait, and to some extent it is. But it is also a learnable stance. You can train yourself to respond to difficulty with curiosity rather than withdrawal. It takes practice and it takes conscious effort, at least at first. But over time, it becomes the default response. And when it does, your rate of learning accelerates in ways that are almost impossible to achieve through any other means. There is another quality shared by the fastest learners, one that tends to surprise people when they hear it described: a willingness to be wrong in public. Fast learners speak before they are ready. They make mistakes constantly, sometimes embarrassing ones. They mispronounce words. They use the wrong tense. They confuse idioms in ways that cause confusion or laughter. And they do not let any of this stop them. They understand, intuitively or through experience, that the gap between knowing a language and using a language can only be closed by using the language imperfectly in real situations with real people over and over again. The slow learners, by contrast, tend to wait. They wait until they feel ready. They wait until they know more vocabulary. They wait until they have practiced more in private. They wait until the risk of embarrassment feels lower. They do not realize or do not fully believe that this waiting is itself the problem. The brain consolidates language through production as much as through reception. Speaking English is not just the goal, it is also one of the most powerful tools for getting there. So let us hold on to this first insight. The fastest learners are not the smartest ones. They are the ones most connected to why they are learning, most tolerant of difficulty, most willing to produce language before it is polished, and most skilled at learning from the process rather than just from the content. These are not innate gifts. They are strategies, and strategies can be learned. Chapter 2. The silent period that nobody talks about. Before a child speaks, they listen. They listen for months and months, absorbing sounds and rhythms and patterns with an intensity that would exhaust an adult. They watch faces. They feel the emotional tone of words before they understand their meaning. They sit inside language the way you sit inside a warm room, not analyzing it, not categorizing it, just letting it fill the available space. And then one day they speak, and the words that come out are not random. They are the product of all that silent work, that invisible preparation, that immersion that went on below the level of conscious thought. This developmental period in child language acquisition is called the silent period, and it is one of the most well-documented and least applied insights in all of language learning research. Virtually every major theorist in second language acquisition has acknowledged its existence. Virtually every popular language learning program ignores it completely. The silent period is not silence in the literal sense. The child is not quiet. They are absorbing, they are processing, they are building in the neural architecture of their developing brain the foundational maps that will eventually support fluent speech. They are learning, at a level far below consciousness, what language feels like, how its rhythms work, which sounds belong together and which ones don't, how the music of communication rises and falls with emotion and emphasis and intention. Adult second language learners almost never give themselves this period. Almost without exception, they begin with production. They are handed vocabulary lists on the first day. They are asked to form sentences in the first week. They are pushed from the very beginning to output language they have not yet had time to absorb. And then, when their output is awkward and forced and full of errors, we call this normal, as if there were no alternative, as if this awkwardness were simply the price of entry rather than the inevitable result of skipping a crucial developmental stage. The linguist Stephen Krashen, whose work on input and acquisition has been both celebrated and controversial but remains among the most influential in the field, argued that all language acquisition in children and adults alike happens through comprehensible input. By this he meant language that is slightly above the learner's current level, but still understandable from context. Not language that is perfectly easy, which provides no new information, and not language that is completely incomprehensible, which provides too much noise and not enough signal. Language that is, in his memorable formulation, I+1, your current level, plus one step ahead. The research that has accumulated since Krashen first proposed this model supports its core claims quite strongly, though with important nuances. The brain does appear to acquire language through exposure to meaningful, contextually rich input at the right level of difficulty. Grammar instruction can play a role, particularly for adult learners who benefit from understanding the rules they are encountering in natural language. But the foundation is always input, always exposure, always time spent inside the language. What this means practically is that the fastest learners tend to front-load their learning with massive amounts of listening and reading before they begin speaking intensively. They watch films and television in English without subtitles, or with English subtitles, rather than their native language subtitles, accepting confusion in the service of exposure. They listen to podcasts and radio programs, content designed for native speakers rather than learners. They read books and articles and websites in English, even when they have to look up many words, because the process of encountering words in their natural habitat does something to the brain that a vocabulary list can never replicate. This is not a comfortable process. It feels inefficient, at least in the beginning. When you sit with a piece of authentic English content and understand only 60% of what you are hearing or reading, there is a strong psychological pull towards something more manageable, something where your comprehension rate is higher, something that feels more like success. But the discomfort of that 60% comprehension is, in a very real sense, where the learning lives. The brain is most actively engaged when it is working at the edge of its current capacity, when it is reaching for meaning rather than simply receiving it. The fastest learners have developed a tolerance for this productive discomfort. They have learned to sit with not knowing in a way that slower learners find almost physically uncomfortable. This tolerance is not innate. It develops through repeated experience of discovering that the confusion resolves itself over time, that the language that was opaque yesterday becomes transparent next week, that the brain is doing work in the background even when it does not feel like it. There is another aspect of the silent period that is almost never discussed, and that is its role in developing an internal sense of the language. When you spend hours listening to authentic English, you are not just acquiring vocabulary and grammar, you are acquiring rhythm. You are acquiring the music of the language, the way stress and intonation carry meaning, the way pauses work, the way native speakers use timing and silence as part of communication. You are building what musicians call an ear, a sensitivity to sound patterns that eventually makes your own production feel more natural, because it is modeled on something you have actually heard rather than something you have only read. Many learners, particularly those who come from educational systems where reading and writing are emphasized over speaking and listening, have a deeply developed sense of written English, but a strikingly underdeveloped ear for spoken English. They can write correct sentences, but they cannot reliably hear where one word ends and the next begins in natural speech. They have never given themselves the time and the permission to just listen. The implications for your own learning are significant. If you are the kind of learner who jumps to production quickly, who feels uncomfortable with not being able to speak as well as you read, who prioritizes grammar exercises over hours of listening, consider the possibility that you have been skipping the most important stage of language development. Consider what it would mean to give yourself, even now, even as an adult, even with all the English you already have, a period of intensive input, not as a replacement for speaking, but as the foundation beneath it. Not silence, but absorption. Not avoidance, but preparation. The fastest learners understand that you cannot produce what you have not first received. They fill themselves with the language before they try to speak it. And when they do speak, it comes out differently than it does for learners who went straight to output, more naturally, more fluidly, more like something that was grown than something that was built. Chapter 3: Why your mother tongue is both your greatest asset and your biggest obstacle. Every language learner arrives at the new language carrying everything they have ever known. They carry their native tongue in every cell of their linguistic consciousness. They carry its grammar, its sounds, its rhythms, its idioms, its way of carving up reality into categories and concepts. They carry the language they first used to understand the world, to express their needs, to feel understood by other people. And this is simultaneously the greatest resource they have and the most significant obstacle they face. Understanding this paradox is essential to understanding why some learners progress faster than others. The native language is an asset for the obvious reason that it provides a massive pre-existing knowledge base. When a Spanish speaker learns English, they have access to thousands of cognates, words that are similar in both languages because they share Latin roots. When a German speaker learns English, they have the advantage of a related grammatical structure and many shared vocabulary roots. Even when the native language is structurally very different from English, such as Japanese or Arabic or Chinese, it still provides a framework for understanding what language is and how it works, a meta-linguistic awareness that can be leveraged consciously in learning. But the native language becomes an obstacle in ways that are more subtle and more damaging than most learners realize. The first and most obvious way is phonological. Every human language uses a subset of the sounds that the human vocal apparatus is capable of producing. The sounds of your native language become deeply grooved into your perception and production over the first years of your life. By around age 10 or 12, most people have lost the ability to hear reliably the sounds that are absent from their native language. They do not hear these sounds as absent. They hear them as something else, as the nearest sound that exists in their native phonological system. A Japanese speaker who has grown up hearing no distinction between the English sounds at the beginning of rice and lice does not simply fail to produce this distinction. They often fail to hear it. What they perceive is one sound, not two. And if you cannot hear a distinction, you cannot reproduce it. This is one reason why pronunciation is often the hardest aspect of language acquisition for adult learners, and why some language pairs produce predictably more accent interference than others. A native speaker of Mandarin learning English will face a different set of phonological challenges than a native speaker of Portuguese learning English, because the distance between their respective phonological systems and English's phonological system is different. But the obstacle of the native language goes far beyond pronunciation. It extends into grammar, into vocabulary, and perhaps most pervasively and least consciously, into thought patterns. The grammatical structures of your native language shape the way you construct sentences, even when you are constructing them in another language. This is what linguists call transfer, and it happens in both productive and restrictive ways. Positive transfer occurs when a grammatical feature in the native language is similar enough to a feature in the target language that the learner can apply what they already know and get it right. Negative transfer, which is also called interference, occurs when the learner applies a native language pattern in the target language and gets it wrong. Chinese speakers, for example, often struggle with articles in English because Mandarin has no article system. When they encounter the distinction between a chair and the chair, between indefinite and definite reference, they are not just learning two words. They are learning to perceive a dimension of meaning that their native language does not require them to attend to. The difficulty is not the words a and the difficulty is the underlying conceptual distinction they mark, a distinction that has simply never been necessary in their linguistic experience. Conversely, Mandarin does not mark grammatical tense in the way English does. A Mandarin speaker who says yesterday I go to the market is not making a random error. They are applying a perfectly logical native language pattern in a context where it does not work. The concept of past action is clear from the word yesterday. Why should the verb also change? In Mandarin, it would not need to. In English, it does. This is not a feature of reality, it is a feature of English, and learning it requires the learner to develop a new habit of attending to time information at the level of individual verb forms, something their native language has never asked them to do. The most insidious form of native language interference, however, operates at a level most learners never think about consciously. The conceptual level. Languages do not just use different words to refer to the same things. They categorize and carve up reality differently. The word that a Korean speaker has for the relationship between an older brother and a younger sibling is not directly translatable into English, because English does not encode this distinction in its kinship terminology. The color terms that exist in Russian distinguish between light blue and dark blue with separate words, a distinction English makes only through modification. The concept of schadenfreude exists in German as a single word. English speakers must use a whole phrase to express it. These are charming examples when pointed out in linguistics textbooks, but they point to something deeper and more practically significant. Thinking in your native language while trying to speak another language costs you more than just speed. It costs you accuracy and naturalness, because the thought shapes of your native language and the expression shapes of English do not map cleanly onto each other. The fastest learners learn earlier than others to stop translating and start thinking. They develop the ability to form thoughts in English directly, not to receive a thought in their native language and then render it into English, but to generate the thought in English from the beginning. This sounds like a mystical achievement, but it is not. It is a product of two things: enough input to have English templates available for thought, and enough practice to be able to reach for those templates instead of native language templates under the time pressure of real communication. The fastest learners also learn something critically important about their native language: how to use it as a scaffold rather than a crutch. A scaffold is a temporary structure that supports construction and is eventually removed. A crutch is something that replaces a capacity that should be developed. Your native language is a scaffold when it helps you understand a concept in English that you can then internalize and use without reference back to the native language. It is a crutch when it becomes the permanent intermediary between thought and expression, when you always think in your language and translate into English rather than ever developing the ability to think in English directly. The distinction between scaffold and crutch is time-dependent. Using your native language to understand a concept early in learning is scaffolding. Continuing to rely on translation in all situations after months or years of study is likely crutching. The fastest learners recognize this distinction and actively work to move from one to the other, to use the native language as a tool of initial understanding, and then to systematically reduce their reliance on it as their English capacity grows. Chapter 4: The Neuroscience of Fluency. what your brain is actually doing. Most people think of fluency as a language achievement. The most fluent person is the one who knows the most words, or who makes the fewest grammar mistakes, or who can speak at the fastest pace without pausing. But this is not what fluency actually is, and understanding what it actually is changes everything about how you approach the process of achieving it. Fluency is a brain achievement. Specifically, it is a product of what neuroscientists call procedural memory, and understanding the distinction between procedural memory and the other main form of long-term memory, declarative memory, is one of the most important things a language learner can do. Declarative memory is memory for facts and information, memory that you can consciously access, examine, and describe. When you remember that the past tense of go is went, or that the present perfect tense is formed with have plus a past participle, you are using declarative memory. Declarative memory is what you build when you study grammar rules from a textbook. It is explicit, conscious, and propositional. You can tell someone else what you know in declarative memory. You know that you know it. Procedural memory is memory for how to do things, memory that operates below the level of conscious access. When you ride a bicycle, you are not consciously remembering how to balance. Your body knows. When a skilled musician plays a complex passage at tempo, they are not thinking about which fingers go where. The knowledge is in their hands, in their nervous system, in a form that is faster and more reliable than conscious thought. This is procedural memory. It is implicit, automatic, and in many ways far more powerful than declarative memory for the purposes of skilled performance. Fluency in language is fundamentally a procedural achievement. When you speak fluently, you are not consciously retrieving grammar rules and applying them to formulate sentences. You are producing language through a system of automatic pattern completion that runs at a speed far faster than conscious deliberation could ever match. The neural circuits underlying this production have been trained, through thousands of hours of exposure and use, to activate language in response to communicative intention faster than thought. This is why knowing grammar rules is not the same as being able to speak grammatically. This is why learners who can perfectly describe the difference between the present perfect and the simple past often cannot reliably produce one or the other correctly in conversation. Declarative knowledge, knowing the rule, is stored in different parts of the brain and operates through different mechanisms than procedural knowledge, being able to apply the rule automatically. You can have one without the other, and many learners who have spent years studying grammar rules have extensive declarative knowledge and surprisingly underdeveloped procedural competence. The process of converting declarative knowledge to procedural knowledge is called proceduralization, and it is one of the most important and most underappreciated aspects of language development. Proceduralization happens through practice, specifically through the kind of practice that is called meaningful, contextualized, and output-focused. It does not happen by reviewing grammar rules. It happens by using language in real communicative situations repeatedly, with the grammar rules gradually becoming automatic through use, rather than through conscious application. This has profound implications for how you should practice English. If most of your practice time is spent in activities that require conscious, analytical engagement with language, reading grammar explanations, doing gap fill exercises, reviewing flashcard decks, watching videos about language, you are mostly building declarative knowledge. This is not useless. Declarative knowledge gives you something to proceduralize, but the proceduralization itself requires a different kind of practice, using English in conditions that approximate real communication, with some time pressure, with genuine communicative intent, with attention on meaning rather than form. The fastest learners, intuitively or deliberately, balance declarative and procedural learning in a way that slower learners typically do not. They spend time building knowledge and time converting that knowledge into automatic skill. They study vocabulary and use vocabulary in conversation and writing. They understand grammar rules and practice those rules in contexts where meaning is what matters, not correctness for its own sake. The neuroscience here is not just about what kind of practice to do. It is also about the conditions that make practice most effective. The brain learns through a process that involves error detection, prediction, and correction. When you attempt to produce language and something goes wrong, whether you notice the error yourself or have it pointed out by someone else, the brain engages in exactly the kind of activity that drives learning forward. This is why speaking and writing in English, even imperfectly, is more neurologically productive than just listening and reading. Production forces the brain to make predictions, encounter mismatches, and update its models. There is also the matter of attention. The brain cannot proceduralize everything at once. When you are learning, you can only pay conscious attention to a limited number of features at any given time. This is why, when you are focusing very hard on getting your grammar right, your pronunciation suffers. And when you are focusing on pronunciation, your grammar deteriorates. The skill of managing attention, of knowing when to focus on what, is itself an important component of language learning expertise. Expert language teachers understand this. They know that you cannot correct everything at once without overwhelming the learner's attentional resources and making them anxious, which further degrades performance. They focus feedback on whatever is most important at the learner's current stage of development, allowing other things to remain imperfect for now, trusting that as fluency increases, more and more features of language can be attended to and perfected. Sleep plays a role here that is more significant than most learners realize. The consolidation of new language into memory, including the proceduralization of language patterns, happens primarily during sleep. The brain takes the experiences of the day, the new words encountered, the grammar patterns used, the sounds heard, and it processes, consolidates, and integrates them during the sleep cycle, particularly during the deeper stages. Learners who sacrifice sleep to study more hours are literally working against the neurological process that makes their studying effective. The fastest learners tend to study in ways that are aligned with how the brain actually works. Meaningful input followed by meaningful output. Conscious learning followed by rest and consolidation. Analytical engagement followed by automatic practice. Building knowledge and converting it to skill. This is not accidental. It is the result of either intuition, experience, or informed instruction. And it is entirely replicable. Chapter 5. The Role of Emotion in Language Acquisition. There is a line from the poet Rainer Maria Rilke that is not, to my knowledge, about language learning, but captures something essential about it. You must change your life. What he meant, in the context he wrote it, was that certain encounters with beauty are not merely aesthetic experiences, but calls to transformation, invitations to become different than you are. A language is exactly this kind of encounter. Learning a new language is not an intellectual exercise that leaves the learner otherwise unchanged. It is a fundamental reorganization of how you relate to yourself, to other people, and to the world. This is why emotion is not incidental to language learning. It is central. The emotional life of the learner shapes the rate of acquisition in ways that dwarf the effect of most pedagogical techniques. The most straightforward version of this is the well-documented relationship between anxiety and language performance. Language learning anxiety is a specific phenomenon distinct from general anxiety that has been studied extensively since the 1980s. It includes the fear of making mistakes in front of others, the fear of negative evaluation by listeners, The discomfort of not being able to express yourself with the precision and nuance you feel you are capable of, and the particular vulnerability of inhabiting a temporary state of linguistic incompetence that is not representative of your actual intelligence or capability. Learners high in language anxiety perform worse on almost every measure of language performance. They speak less, they take fewer risks with new vocabulary and structures. They monitor their output so heavily that they freeze under the time pressure of real conversation. They remember less of what they hear and read because anxiety is drawing cognitive resources away from comprehension and toward self-protection. The effect is significant and measurable, and it is entirely separate from language ability. Two learners with identical vocabulary and grammar knowledge will perform very differently in a communicative situation if one of them is highly anxious and the other is not. This creates one of the crueler ironies of language learning. The learners who are most aware of their limitations, who care most about getting it right, who monitor most carefully, are often the ones who perform worst in the moment, because caring and monitoring and awareness come with a cost in the anxiety that accompanies them. The learners who seem most natural are often those who have, through experience or personality, learned to hold their own performance lightly, to care enough to engage but not enough to freeze. The good news is that language anxiety responds to intervention. It is not a fixed trait. It is a learned response that can be unlearned, or at least managed, with the right approach. The research points consistently to three factors that reduce language anxiety: mastery experience, the experience of successfully communicating in English and discovering that you can do it; social support, learning in an environment where mistakes are treated as normal and useful rather than embarrassing; and gradual exposure, building confidence through incrementally more challenging communicative situations rather than being thrown into the deep end before you are ready. But the relationship between emotion and language acquisition is not only about anxiety, it is also about positive emotion. And here the story gets both more interesting and more hopeful. Positive emotion, specifically the kind associated with genuine engagement, curiosity, surprise, humor, and connection, dramatically enhances language learning. The mechanisms are multiple. At the neurological level, positive emotion activates the brain's reward circuitry, which releases dopamine, and dopamine, as mentioned earlier, significantly enhances the consolidation of new memories in the hippocampus. This is why you remember things you encountered in emotionally engaging contexts far better than things you encountered in neutral, academically dry contexts. There is also the matter of arousal. Moderate positive arousal, the kind you feel when you are excited about something or genuinely entertained, increases alertness and attention in ways that directly support learning. A boring lesson does not produce this arousal state. An interesting conversation does. A film that genuinely captivates you does. A podcast that makes you laugh does. The language that reaches you when you are in a state of positive arousal is more likely to be retained than language that reaches you when you are bored, distracted, or merely going through the motions. This is why the fastest learners are often people who have found ways to make their English learning genuinely enjoyable. Not easy, but enjoyable. The distinction matters. Enjoyment is compatible with difficulty. You can find something hard and still find it engaging. What kills learning is not difficulty, but boredom. Not challenge, but meaninglessness. Not effort, but the absence of any emotional connection to what you are doing. The fastest learners watch television shows they actually love in English. They read books in English that genuinely interest them. Not language learning readers, but real books with real stories and ideas that they care about. They join communities, whether online or in person, where they can use English to connect with people around shared interests rather than around the shared fact of being language learners. They find their why, and then they find their how, and the how is always whatever puts me in contact with this language in a state of genuine engagement. There is one more aspect of emotion in language learning that is rarely discussed, but critically important: the emotional relationship the learner has with the specific language they are learning and with its speakers and cultures. Research consistently shows that learners who have positive attitudes toward English and toward the communities of people who speak it learn faster. This is not mere sentiment. The emotional orientation toward the target language activates different neural systems and different motivational resources than an emotionally neutral or negative orientation. This is not an argument for uncritical adoration of English or of English-speaking cultures. It is simply an acknowledgement that learners who approach the language with curiosity and openness, who are interested in the humans behind the words, who find something genuinely compelling in the culture the language carries, learn more and learn faster. The language becomes something alive rather than an abstract system of rules to be conquered. Emotions are not separate from the intellectual work of language learning. They are the ground in which all language learning either flourishes or withers. The fastest learners, whether they know it consciously or not, tend to their emotional relationship with the language as carefully as they tend to their vocabulary decks. Chapter 6: The Identity Shift. Becoming an English speaker before you are one. There is a concept in psychology called self-fulfilling prophecy, which is the tendency for expectations to produce the outcomes they predict. If you expect to fail a test, you are more likely to fail it, partly because the expectation changes the behavior that leads to the outcome. If you expect to succeed, the behavior changes in the opposite direction. This is not magic. It is the entirely rational outcome of the fact that what we believe about ourselves shapes what we do, and what we do shapes what we become. In language learning, the most consequential form of this principle operates at the level of identity. What you believe yourself to be as a user of English predicts your behavior as a user of English in ways that dwarf most other factors. And the fastest learners are those who have made, whether consciously or not, a particular kind of identity move. They have claimed the identity of English speaker before they have the full capacity to justify it. This may sound like a recommendation for delusion, for pretending to be more capable than you are. It is not. It is something quite different. It is a recommendation for commitment, for placing your sense of self on the side of the person you are becoming rather than the person you currently are, for allowing the identity to lead the behavior rather than waiting for the behavior to be perfect enough to justify the identity. Consider what it means to walk into a conversation as someone who is still learning English versus walking into the same conversation as someone who speaks English imperfectly but genuinely. The first person is defined by their lack. The second person is defined by their presence. The first person is anticipating the moment when their English becomes good enough to justify their right to speak it. The second person has already made that claim, has already asserted their right to occupy the language, and is simply engaged in the ongoing work of getting better at something they already do. This distinction produces different behaviors in almost every dimension. The person who has claimed the identity of English speaker asks for clarification when they don't understand something, because speakers ask for clarification. The person who is still waiting to be good enough often pretends to understand rather than risk revealing their limitation, because pretending feels less exposing than asking. The English speaker takes the social risk of making a joke. The learner holds back, because what if the joke falls flat, and that failure reveals their inadequacy? The English speaker volunteers an opinion. The learner waits to be invited, because unsolicited participation feels like too much of a claim. You can see how these behavioral differences compound over time. The person who engages more, risks more, speaks more, asks more, and participates more in English is constantly feeding their acquisition. Every interaction is a learning event. Every risk taken is either rewarded or corrected, and both outcomes teach something. Meanwhile, the person who holds back is depriving themselves of exactly the kind of meaningful interaction that drives language forward. The psychologist Carol Dweck's research on fixed and growth mindsets is relevant here, though it is usually applied in other contexts. Learners with a fixed mindset believe that their language ability is an innate, stable quantity. You either have a gift for languages or you don't. And what you can do now is essentially what you will always be able to do. Learners with a growth mindset believe that ability develops through effort and practice, that the brain is plastic, that what feels impossible today can feel natural next year, that the path from where you are to where you want to be is made of steps that can be taken. The fastest learners almost always have a growth mindset about language, and this mindset connects directly to identity. If you believe your current level is essentially what you are capable of, claiming the identity of English speaker feels dishonest. If you believe your current level is a temporary waypoint on a trajectory of development, claiming the identity is not dishonest but accurate. You are an English speaker in the way that a first-year medical student is a doctor in training, genuinely on the path, genuinely doing the work, genuinely becoming what you claim to be. But the identity shift goes deeper than mindset. It also involves what researchers in language acquisition call investment, a concept developed by Bonnie Norton that builds on the idea that language learning is not just about acquiring a skill, but about negotiating a social identity. When you learn a language, you are not just adding a communication tool to your toolkit. You are changing your relationship to social worlds, to communities, to power structures. You are gaining access to some things and, potentially, risking your relationship to others. For many learners, particularly those from cultures where English is associated with colonial history or cultural imperialism, the identity shift required for fluent English acquisition is not simple or unambiguous. It involves navigating complex questions about what it means to become fluent in the language of people who may have harmed people like you, about whether acquiring fluency in English means in some sense betraying your own language and culture, about what kind of English speaker you want to be, and what your English represents in your community. These questions are not obstacles to be overcome. They are legitimate dimensions of the learning experience that deserve to be engaged with thoughtfully. What the research shows, however, is that learners who engage with these questions openly, who work toward a vision of themselves as bilingual and bicultural, rather than replacing one identity with another, tend to fare better than learners who either avoid the questions or allow unresolved ambivalence about them to become a barrier to engagement. The fastest learners develop what some researchers call a bicultural identity or a third space, a sense of self that is neither entirely defined by their native culture nor absorbed into English-speaking culture, but something in between that honors both and uses both. They are not trying to become someone else. They are expanding who they are. There is a practical exercise here that may seem strange but is genuinely powerful. It comes from acting training, from the tradition that teaches actors to inhabit characters by making specific, physical, behavioral choices rather than by trying to feel the right feelings. The exercise is this. For some portion of your English practice time, do not think of yourself as a language learner. Think of yourself as someone who happens to speak English. Bring that identity into the practice. Ask yourself, how does an English speaker sit? How do they gesture? How do they fill silence? How do they handle not knowing a word? What would they say next? What would they not bother to say? This is not role play in the theatrical sense. It is a cognitive reorientation, a temporary but deliberate adoption of a different relationship to the language that produces a different kind of behavior and a different quality of practice. Many learners who try this report feeling foolish at first and then, surprisingly, finding that it unlocks something in them, that the English that comes out when they are being an English speaker is subtly but meaningfully different from the English that comes out when they are being a language learner trying to speak English. The identity you hold determines the resources you draw on. Claim the identity of English speaker, imperfect, developing, genuine, and watch what changes. Chapter 7: Input versus Output. The Great Debate Settled. One of the most enduring debates in applied linguistics is about the relative importance of input versus output in second language acquisition. The question sounds technical, but its implications are entirely practical. Should you spend more time consuming English, listening to it and reading it, or more time producing English, speaking it and writing it? The debate has been going on for decades, and the answer, it turns out, is not what either camp would like to hear. The input hypothesis, as we touched on in Chapter 2, makes the strong claim that acquisition happens through comprehensible input, and that output is not strictly necessary for acquisition. The output hypothesis, developed by Meryl Swain in the 1980s, in response to what she saw as the insufficient attention paid to production in Canadian immersion programs, argues that output is not just the product of acquisition, but a cause of it, that producing language forces learners to notice gaps between what they can and cannot say, prompts hypothesis testing, and develops fluency in ways that pure input cannot achieve. Both hypotheses, as is often the case when intelligent people argue about complex things for a long time, capture important truths. The input side is right, that you cannot produce what you have not received. You cannot use a word you have never encountered. You cannot produce a grammatical pattern you have never been exposed to. The idea of an English speaker who has produced their English entirely through output, never listening or reading, is obviously absurd. Acquisition requires input. It requires exposure. It requires the brain to encounter language in contexts where meaning is available and where patterns can be detected. The output side is right that input alone does not guarantee fluency. The clearest evidence for this comes from observations of learners in immersion programs who, despite years of exposure to comprehensible input in classrooms where instruction happened in the target language, still failed to develop native-like grammatical accuracy in production. They could understand far more than they could produce. Something about the act of production, something about the specific cognitive demands of having to formulate and express your own meanings in real time, was driving a dimension of development that comprehension alone was not addressing. What Swain identified, and what subsequent research has supported, is that output serves several functions that are irreplaceable and that complement rather than replace input. First, output forces noticing. When you are trying to say something and you realize you do not have the words or structure you need, you notice a gap in your knowledge in a way that passive exposure never forces. This noticing creates a kind of focused attention that makes subsequent input about that gap particularly salient and memorable. You hear a word in a podcast 3 days after struggling to say that thing you could not say, and it sticks. Second, output allows hypothesis testing. When you produce language, you are essentially making a bet. This is how I think this structure works. If someone confirms your understanding through natural response, your hypothesis is validated. If they look confused or produce a repair, your hypothesis is challenged, and you have information that can drive further learning. This is a kind of feedback loop that pure input cannot create. Third, output develops the automaticity we discussed in the chapter on neuroscience. The proceduralization of language, the conversion of declarative knowledge into automatic skill, requires practice in production. There is no shortcut to this. You cannot proceduralize your speaking ability by listening more. At some point, the hands have to practice. The fastest learners have resolved this debate pragmatically rather than theoretically. They do both. They consume massive amounts of English, and they produce English regularly and deliberately. But more specifically, they understand that input and output serve different functions, and they sequence them in ways that make each more effective. Specifically, they tend to front-load input early in their learning, building the foundation of exposure and absorption before pushing hard on production. And as they develop, they increasingly use output to identify the gaps that input then fills. They speak or write, notice what they cannot say, and then seek input specifically targeted at those gaps. This creates a virtuous cycle in which output drives targeted input, which improves the quality and specificity of subsequent output. The concept of pushed output is relevant here. This is the idea, again from Swain, that the most productive kind of output is not output that is easy for you, but output that pushes you slightly beyond your current capacity. If you always express yourself in English using only the vocabulary and structures you are already comfortable with, you stay comfortable, but you do not grow. When you push yourself to say something difficult, to find a way to express a complex thought or a nuanced emotion, to navigate a situation where your current English is barely adequate, you create the conditions for significant learning. This is why conversation is more valuable than many other practice formats. It provides exactly this kind of push. A conversation partner does not know what is easy for you and what is hard. They respond to what you say in ways that may require you to stretch, to explain, to clarify, to express something you have never tried to express before. Each of these stretches is a growth opportunity in a way that a carefully structured exercise calibrated to your current level is not. The practical upshot of all of this is a learning design recommendation. Your English practice should include both intensive input exposure, time spent with English content that is engaging and slightly above your current level, and regular output practice, time spent speaking and writing English in conditions that push you beyond your comfort zone. The ratio of these will shift over time as your needs shift, but neither should be absent, and neither alone is sufficient. There is one more thing to say about this debate, something that is obvious once said but rarely stated. The quality of your input matters as much as the quantity, and the quality of your output practice matters as much as the frequency. 3 hours of passive, half-attentive exposure to English television is not the same as 1 hour of engaged, focused listening to material at the right level of challenge. 30 minutes of a conversation that constantly pushes you to find new ways to express yourself is not the same as 30 minutes of reciting memorized dialogues. The question is not just how much input and how much output, but what kind. Chapter 8. The Grammar Trap. Why Perfect Rules Do Not Make Perfect Speakers. In 1945, at a conference of linguists in Ann Arbor, Michigan, a debate erupted that in various forms has never really ended. On one side were the structuralists, who believed that language learning was fundamentally about mastering a set of structures, learning the forms and patterns that constitute a language, and that grammar instruction was the core of language pedagogy. On the other side were the reformers, who believed that language was primarily a means of communication, and that drilling grammar in isolation was not only ineffective, but actively harmful to the development of real communicative ability. 70 years later, the debate has been refined considerably by research, but its emotional core remains intact, and learners all over the world are still paying the price for a misunderstanding of what grammar is, what it does, and how it should be learned. Here is what the research actually shows, stated as plainly as possible. Explicit grammar instruction is useful for adult learners. This is one of the places where adult language learning has an advantage over child language acquisition. Adults have the metacognitive capacity to understand abstract grammatical rules and to use that understanding to accelerate their comprehension and production. A child acquires the distinction between simple past and present perfect through years of exposure and use, gradually developing an implicit sense of when each one is appropriate. An adult can understand the conceptual distinction in 5 minutes of clear instruction and begin attending to it consciously in input and output from that day forward. However, and this is the crucial however, understanding a grammar rule is not the same as being able to apply it correctly in real communication. And most grammar instruction in most language programs spends almost all of its time on the first and almost none on the second. The result is learners who know enormous amounts of grammar, who could pass a grammar test with high marks, and who in conversation consistently make the grammar errors that their knowledge should prevent them from making. The reason for this is exactly what we discussed in the chapter on neuroscience. Declarative and procedural knowledge are different systems. The grammar knowledge accumulated through explicit instruction is declarative. It is stored in the explicit memory system, accessible through conscious reflection, applicable when you have enough time and cognitive space to check your output against the rule before producing it. But in the time pressure of natural conversation, the explicit memory system is too slow. Production is happening faster than conscious rule application can keep up with. The language that comes out under real communicative conditions is generated by the procedural system, which only knows what it has had the practice to automate. This is the grammar trap. Spending so much time learning grammar rules that you never get around to the practice that converts those rules from declarative knowledge to procedural skill. The learner fills their time with grammar study and then is confused and frustrated when the grammar they know so well does not reliably appear in their speech. The fastest learners have a different relationship with grammar. They learn grammar rules efficiently and then they practice with them rather than practicing them. The distinction sounds subtle, but it is everything. Practicing with grammar means using a structure communicatively in real or real-ish situations with attention on meaning, trusting the structure to gradually become automatic. Practicing grammar means drilling the structure in isolation, filling in blanks, conjugating verbs, identifying examples, all activities that build declarative knowledge but do not build the procedural skill that fluency requires. There is another dimension to the grammar trap that is less often discussed: the way that hyper-awareness of grammar rules interferes with natural processing. When a learner is so focused on getting the grammar right that every sentence requires conscious analysis, something goes wrong at the level of discourse. Real communication is not a sequence of individually correct sentences. It is a flow of meaning in which individual sentences are connected, modified, negotiated, and adjusted in real time. The cognitive overhead of monitoring each sentence for grammatical correctness takes resources away from the discourse-level management of communication, and the result is speech that may be grammatically correct at the sentence level but somehow fails as natural communication. Native speakers make grammar errors. This is a fact that surprises many learners. Native speakers routinely produce sentences that, under grammatical analysis, contain agreement errors, dangling modifiers, inconsistent tense, and various other features that would be marked wrong on a grammar test. They do this because natural speech is produced under real-time conditions that prioritize meaning and communication over formal correctness. This does not make their English bad. It makes it real. The fastest learners understand this. They aim for grammatical accuracy as an ongoing project, not a prerequisite for communication. They accept that their grammar will improve over time, through use, through noticing, through feedback, and they do not allow the incompleteness of their grammar at any given stage to become a reason to withhold their participation in the language. There is also the question of which grammar to prioritize. Not all grammar errors are equal. Some grammar errors significantly impair communication, causing misunderstanding or confusion. Others are barely noticeable, causing no communicative problem at all. And others occupy a middle ground, technically incorrect, noticeable to a careful listener, but not harmful to communication. The fastest learners, again, whether consciously or through good instruction, tend to prioritize the grammar that matters most for communication and let the rest develop naturally over time. The grammar that matters most varies by the learner's communicative context, but generally includes the features most closely tied to meaning, such as verb tense, which carries information about time and perspective, and subject-verb agreement, which can cause confusion if wrong. There is a deeper point here about the purpose of grammar. Grammar is not a set of rules that language conforms to. Grammar is a description of the patterns that language uses to create and convey meaning. The rules are abstract descriptions of those patterns, not the patterns themselves. When you speak naturally and correctly, you are not applying rules. You are producing language through internalized patterns that happen to be describable as rules. The rules are the map. The language is the territory. Most grammar instruction gives you the map and then is surprised when you cannot navigate the territory. Chapter 9: Vocabulary Acquisition. How the brain really learns words. If you ask most English learners what the biggest barrier to their fluency is, they will say vocabulary. And they are not wrong exactly, but they are not entirely right either, because the issue is rarely that they do not know enough words. More often, the issue is that they know many words in the wrong way, and that the words they know are not available to them in the moments when they need them. The difference between knowing a word and having a word available in real time is the difference between having a tool in your garage and having it in your hand when the pipe bursts. The word is yours in some sense, but it is not available when you need it, under the time pressure and cognitive load of a real conversation. Understanding how the brain actually learns and stores vocabulary, rather than how most vocabulary learning programs assume it works, is one of the most practically useful things a language learner can do. Words are not stored in the brain like files in a folder. They are stored as nodes in a vast network of connections, and it is the richness and strength of the connections that determines how readily and reliably a word is available when needed. When you first encounter a word, a node is created for it, but it is weakly connected to everything else. The word exists in your vocabulary in a fragile, tenuous way. You may recognize it if you encounter it again, but you will not be able to produce it reliably. You know it in the way that you might know someone's face without knowing their name. As you encounter the word in more contexts, in different texts and conversations and situations, the node becomes more richly connected. It connects to other words, to the situations where it was encountered, to the meanings and emotions of those situations, to the sound and rhythm of the word, to images and concepts it evokes. As the connections multiply, the word becomes more robustly stored, more reliably available, more easily and quickly retrievable. This network model of vocabulary has profound implications for how you should learn new words. The traditional approach is the list approach. Write down a new word with its translation. Review the list repeatedly until you can recall the translation when you see the word. Mark it as learned and move on to the next word. This approach is not worthless. It builds the initial node, the first encounter, and it provides a kind of minimal working knowledge of words that allows you to understand text you could not understand without them. But it builds the thinnest possible version of vocabulary knowledge, a single connection between a foreign word and a native language equivalent, with no connections to context, to usage, to collocation, to register, to the felt sense of when and how and with whom this word is appropriately used. The fastest learners build vocabulary differently. They encounter words in context repeatedly, in different kinds of texts and conversations, building the rich network of connections that makes words genuinely available. They notice not just what a word means, but how it is used, what other words it tends to appear with, collocation, in what situations it is appropriate, register, what emotions it tends to carry, connotation, what words it is often confused with, false friends, and what its sound and spelling suggest about its etymology and related words. This kind of deep vocabulary learning is sometimes called elaborative encoding, and the research on it is consistent. The more things you connect a new word to when you encounter it, the better it will be retained and the more readily it will be available later. This is why reading a word in a compelling story is more effective than encountering it on a vocabulary list. The story provides an entire web of connections: the situation where it was used, the character who used it, the emotion of the scene, the surrounding words, all of which anchor the new word in your memory far more securely than a definition alone could. The principle of spaced repetition is also relevant here, and it is one of the places where the science of learning most clearly supports a specific practical technique. Spaced repetition is the practice of reviewing vocabulary at intervals that gradually increase as your knowledge of a word strengthens. The logic is simple. Memory fades over time, but it fades more slowly for stronger memories, and being tested on a word just before you would forget it strengthens the memory more than reviewing it when it is still fresh. Spaced repetition software, the most popular of which is Anki, automates this scheduling so that words you know well come back less frequently, and words you are still learning come back more often. Research on spaced repetition consistently shows that it is far more efficient than massed repetition. Studying a list over and over in a single session for long-term retention, learners who use spaced repetition systems tend to retain vocabulary better and to cover more words in less time than learners who use traditional review methods. But spaced repetition is a tool for maintenance and strengthening of vocabulary, not a complete vocabulary learning system. The initial encounter with a word, the building of the initial node, is best done in rich context. Many learners mistake the flashcard review as the core vocabulary learning activity, when it is really the maintenance activity, the way you keep alive what you have already built, rather than the way you build it in the first place. There is one more crucial point about vocabulary learning that almost nothing in popular language learning discourse prepares you for: the difference between receptive and productive vocabulary. Receptive vocabulary is words you can understand when you encounter them. Productive vocabulary is words you can use when you choose to say or write them. These are different cognitive categories, and they develop at different rates. Almost everyone has a larger receptive vocabulary than productive vocabulary, both in their native language and in learned languages. And closing the gap between them, building the productive side of vocabulary knowledge, requires a specific kind of practice: producing the words, using them in speech and writing, risking them in real communicative situations. Many learners do an enormous amount of vocabulary acquisition work in receptive contexts, reading and listening, and very little in productive contexts, speaking and writing. They accumulate large receptive vocabularies that are not matched by their productive capacity, and then they wonder why they cannot find words when they need them. The fastest learners balance receptive and productive work, and they deliberately practice using new vocabulary in speech and writing, rather than waiting for it to organically migrate from receptive to productive. Chapter 10: The Power of Comprehensible Input. How to find it and use it. The concept of comprehensible input, introduced in the last century by Kroshen and refined by subsequent researchers, sounds almost too simple to be revolutionary. You acquire language by encountering it in contexts where you can understand what it means. Language you cannot understand at all is noise. Language you can understand perfectly is food for your existing knowledge, but contains no new growth. Language that is mostly understandable, but contains elements you have to work to figure out, context, prior knowledge, educated guessing, is the zone where acquisition happens. This sweet spot, the zone between complete opacity and complete transparency, is where the fastest learners spend most of their time. not in the safety of perfectly understandable input where nothing new is available to be acquired, not in the frustration of completely opaque input where the cognitive load of trying to make sense of anything is so high that nothing is retained. In the productive middle, where meaning is mostly accessible but still requires active construction, finding this sweet spot is a skill in itself, and it is one that the fastest learners develop early. They know intuitively or through experience roughly what level of input is the right level of challenge for them at any given point in their development. They know the difference between the uncomfortable feeling of encountering new words and structures in a comprehensible context and the different, much less productive feeling of being completely lost. They calibrate toward the former. The practical question is how to find comprehensible input at the right level, especially in an environment where most authentic English content is designed for native speakers, and most learner-designed content is so simplified and controlled that it provides insufficient challenge and insufficient natural language. The answer begins with genre and content selection. Television shows, particularly those with dialogue-heavy formats like dramas, sitcoms, and talk shows, are excellent sources of comprehensible input for intermediate and advanced learners. The visual context provides continuous meaning support, helping you understand what is being said even when you cannot follow every word. The emotional content keeps you engaged, which keeps your attentional resources active. And the speech is natural, providing authentic exposure to rhythm, intonation, colloquial usage, and the way real English speakers actually talk. For learners at lower levels, purpose-designed content at the right difficulty level is still valuable. Graded readers, learner podcasts at the appropriate level, language learning video content calibrated to intermediate learners. But the fastest learners graduate from these scaffolds quickly and move to authentic content, accepting a higher rate of incomprehension as the price of access to real language. Podcasts are another powerful source. The range of podcast content available in English is essentially unlimited across every possible subject area, and this means that wherever your interests lie, there is podcast content in English that covers them. Listening to podcasts about topics you care about is both more engaging than listening to language learning podcasts and more representative of the actual range of English vocabulary and usage you will need in your real life. Books and articles deserve special mention here. Reading in English, genuine reading in books and articles designed for English speakers on subjects you are genuinely interested in, is among the most efficient and powerful sources of vocabulary acquisition available. The research on this is unambiguous. Extensive reading, reading large amounts of text in the target language over sustained periods, is one of the single most reliable predictors of vocabulary breadth and depth. Learners who read extensively in English develop vocabularies that are larger, richer, more nuanced, and more contextually appropriate than learners who do not read, even when those learners have done more formal vocabulary study. The reason reading is so powerful for vocabulary is precisely the network model we discussed in the previous chapter. When you read a book, every word is embedded in rich context. The narrative, the character using it, the situation, the surrounding sentences, the author's voice, the emotional tone of the passage, all of these contextual dimensions create the multiple connections that make vocabulary stick and make it available. There is also the issue of text quality. Not all reading is equal. Reading social media posts provides some vocabulary exposure, but the language tends to be informal, abbreviated, and limited in its range. Reading journalism provides a different register. Reading literary fiction provides yet another, Reading nonfiction about science, philosophy, history, or economics provides technical vocabulary and the grammatical structures associated with complex analytical reasoning. The fastest learners diversify their reading across different registers and genres, not out of academic obligation, but because they understand that the English of conversation is not the same as the English of argument, and the English of entertainment is not the same as the English of persuasion. How do you use comprehensible input most effectively? A few principles from the research deserve emphasis. First, engage actively rather than passively. Listening with full attention, perhaps taking notes on interesting words and phrases, is more effective than background listening. Reading with genuine comprehension, pausing to think about what you have read, forming opinions and questions about it, is more effective than reading while half your mind is elsewhere. The brain encodes language better when it is fully present. Second, exposure to the same content more than once is highly valuable, particularly for listening. The first time you listen to an audio piece, you are working hard to understand. The second time, comprehension is higher and attention can shift to features of the language that flew past you the first time. The third time, you may be able to attend to things as specific as intonation patterns and the way a speaker uses pauses. This multi-layered listening approach is used by some of the most effective language learners in the world. Third, supplement your input with targeted output. After consuming a piece of content, try to summarize it in English, discuss it with someone, or write a brief response to it. This converts the passive exposure into active language production, testing what you understood and retained, and creating the noticing and hypothesis testing functions of output that we discussed earlier. The fastest learners treat input not as the boring preparation for the exciting work of speaking, but as a richly rewarding activity in itself. They read and listen in English not merely to prepare for conversation, but because reading and listening in English gives them direct access to worlds, ideas, voices, and stories that they genuinely want to reach. The language is not an obstacle between them and what they want. It is the path. Chapter 11. The Myth of Immersion. What living in an English-speaking country does and does not do. The mythology around immersion is one of the most durable and most damaging in all of language learning. The story goes something like this. If you really want to learn English, you need to go live in an English-speaking country, surrounded by the language all day, every day. You will absorb it naturally, the way children absorb their first language. And within a year or two, you will speak fluently. This belief is so widespread and so deeply embedded in popular understanding that almost no one questions it, and it is, in its broad strokes, significantly misleading. Let us be careful here about what we are and are not saying. Living in an English-speaking country does offer real advantages for language acquisition, and these advantages should not be dismissed. The constant access to authentic input, the necessity of using English for everyday communication, the motivation generated by genuine communicative need, the exposure to a vast range of registers and accents and contexts, these are genuine and significant. People who learn English in an immersive environment do, on average, tend to develop stronger oral fluency and more natural usage than people who learn in classroom settings without immersive exposure. But the effect of immersion is far more conditional than the mythology suggests. And the conditions on which it depends are exactly the conditions that many people who move to English-speaking countries fail to create. The fundamental problem is that immersion provides input, but not all input is equally useful, and the mere presence of English all around you does not guarantee that you are receiving comprehensible input at the right level of challenge. If you work in a job where the tasks are repetitive and the language required is formulaic, if you socialize primarily within your own linguistic community, If you consume most of your media in your native language, if you live in a neighborhood where your language is widely spoken, you can spend years in an English-speaking country with relatively limited genuine English acquisition because the immersive environment has not actually forced you into the productive discomfort zone that drives learning. Research on second language acquisition in immersive settings consistently shows enormous variation in outcomes. Some learners in immersive environments progress spectacularly, others stagnate. The difference is not primarily the environment. It is what the learner does within the environment. Learners who actively seek out English interactions, who push themselves into situations where they must use English communicatively, who engage with native speaker media rather than defaulting to their native language options, who make English-speaking friends and attend to what those friends say, who notice and reflect on the language they encounter. These learners progress rapidly. Learners who are physically surrounded by English but psychologically insulated from it, who treat English as a necessary evil to be endured rather than a resource to be exploited, progress slowly despite being in what seems like the ideal learning environment. The flip side of this finding is more encouraging than people usually realize. You do not need to live in an English-speaking country to create the conditions for rapid language acquisition. The key conditions are access to comprehensible input at the right level, meaningful communicative use of English with real people, regular and frequent engagement with the language, and genuine motivation. In the 21st century, with the internet and digital communication tools that would have seemed magical to language learners in previous generations, all of these conditions can be created outside of an English-speaking environment. A learner in Pakistan, or Brazil, or Japan, or Egypt, who spends 2 hours a day in genuine, engaged contact with English, through reading, through listening to authentic podcasts, through video conversations with English speakers around the world, through writing in English on topics they care about, through attending an English language book club or discussion forum online, is creating better acquisition conditions than a learner who has moved to London but works in an all-immigrant workplace, lives with family members who speak their native language, and watches television in their native language every evening. This is not just theory. There are now many documented cases of people who have achieved very high levels of English proficiency without ever having lived in an English-speaking country for significant periods, and who are indistinguishable in their fluency from learners who spent years abroad. What they have in common is not geography, but the quality and intensity of their engagement with the language. The implications for the learner in a non-English speaking environment are simultaneously humbling and liberating. Humbling because it removes the comforting excuse that you cannot learn properly because you are not in the right place. Liberating because it means the power to create the conditions for rapid learning is in your hands rather than being contingent on circumstances outside your control. There is one genuine advantage of physical immersion that is hard to replicate otherwise, and that is the constant low-level exposure to English that happens in an immersive environment. The incidental language you encounter on signs and menus and overheard conversations and ambient media, language that you are not consciously studying but that nonetheless contributes to your sense of the language's range and variability. This kind of ambient exposure does have value and does contribute something to acquisition, but its contribution is much smaller than the mythology suggests, and it can be substantially compensated for by deliberate, engaged exposure outside of an immersive environment. The fastest learners, wherever they live, create their own immersive conditions. They make English a significant and daily part of their life, not as an occasional exercise, but as a genuine presence in their mental world. They think in English when they can. They keep a journal in English. They read in English for pleasure. They reach for English language resources when they want to learn about something. They treat English not as a foreign language to be studied, but as a living medium that belongs to them as much as it belongs to anyone. Chapter 12. Speaking Anxiety. The invisible wall between knowledge and fluency. You know more English than you can speak. Almost every learner has this experience. The words are there when you are reading or listening, when comprehension is the task. But when you open your mouth, they scatter. The sentence that would come easily in writing comes slowly and jerkily in speech. The grammar that looks correct on a page produces errors when produced in real time. The vocabulary that you know disappears in the moment you need it. This experience is so common that it has a name in cognitive psychology: retrieval anxiety. Or more specifically, in language contexts, communication apprehension. And it is one of the most significant invisible barriers between the English that learners know and the English they can actually use. The mechanism is not mysterious. When you are anxious, the part of the brain called the amygdala, which is responsible for detecting and responding to perceived threats, activates the body's stress response. Cortisol and adrenaline flood the system. Heart rate increases. Blood flow shifts from higher cognitive areas to muscles and basic survival systems. The prefrontal cortex, which is the brain region most closely associated with the kind of complex cognitive work that language production requires, becomes less active. In other words, anxiety literally makes you less capable of doing what you are trying to do. For language learners, the threat that the amygdala is responding to is usually social. The fear of looking stupid, of being misunderstood, of saying something that causes embarrassment, of being judged as less intelligent or capable than you actually are, because your language does not yet fully express your full intelligence and capability. This is a legitimate concern. It is genuinely frustrating and socially costly to be unable to express yourself with the nuance and precision you feel inside. The fear response is understandable, but the fear response is also counterproductive. The very thing you are afraid of, performing poorly in English, is made more likely by the fear itself. The anxiety that your performance will be inadequate degrades the performance and thereby confirms the fear. This is a vicious cycle that many learners find themselves trapped in for years. Breaking the cycle requires intervention at multiple levels. At the most immediate level, there are practical techniques for managing the physiological anxiety response in the moment. Controlled breathing, specifically slow exhalation, activates the parasympathetic nervous system and dampens the stress response. This is not a metaphor, it is neurobiology. 2 minutes of slow, deep breathing before a conversation or presentation measurably reduces cortisol levels and improves cognitive performance under pressure. Physical posture also matters more than most people know. The social psychologist Amy Cuddy's research on power posing has been controversial in some of its stronger claims, but the core insight is robust. Adopting an expansive, confident physical posture before a stressful interaction does affect hormone levels, specifically reducing cortisol and increasing testosterone, in ways that influence how confidently and fluently you perform. This is why many performance coaches and voice coaches instruct their clients in physical preparation before important speaking events, not as a psychological trick, but as a genuine physiological intervention. At a deeper level, breaking the anxiety cycle requires what psychologists call exposure with response prevention. Repeatedly placing yourself in the anxiety-inducing situation while resisting the urge to escape or avoid, so that the anxiety response gradually extinguishes as the brain learns that the threat is not real. The learner who regularly pushes through the discomfort of speaking English before they feel fully ready is systematically reducing their speaking anxiety through exactly this mechanism. The learner who waits until they are ready is systematically strengthening it, because avoidance confirms the brain's assessment that the situation is threatening. There is a specific variant of speaking anxiety that deserves its own attention: perfectionism. The perfectionist learner has internalized a standard for English performance that their current ability cannot meet, and they experience the gap between their standard and their ability as a source of ongoing shame and distress. They edit their speech as they produce it, deleting and revising in real time, and the result is halting, fragmented speech that is both harder to produce and harder for listeners to follow than the unedited speech would have been. Perfectionism in language learning is almost always counterproductive. There is nothing wrong with having high standards for your English. The problem arises when the standard for performance is perfection rather than communication. When you measure your speech against the output of a fluent native speaker rather than against the question of whether it achieved what you were trying to achieve. A sentence that contains a grammar error but successfully communicates your meaning is not a failure. It is a success with room for improvement, which is different. The fastest learners manage perfectionism by redirecting their standard from perfection to effectiveness. They ask, not did I say that perfectly, but did I make myself understood? Did I advance the conversation? Did I connect with this person? Did I say something I found interesting or true? These are standards that their current English can meet, and meeting them repeatedly builds the confidence and ease that perfectionism systematically prevents. There is also the role of the listener that is too rarely acknowledged in discussions of speaking anxiety. Most people are far more generous, forgiving, and patient with non-native speaker English than learners fear they are. Most native speakers and even fluent non-native speakers are accustomed to communicating with people whose English is imperfect and are skilled at comprehension across a wide range of proficiencies. The imagined critical listener who will judge every error and find the speaker inadequate is almost always an invention of the anxious learner's mind. The actual listener is usually just interested in what the speaker is trying to say. Knowing this intellectually is not always enough to dissolve the anxiety, but it can be enough to create a small crack of doubt in the fearful expectation. A moment of openness to the possibility that the conversation will go better than feared. And sometimes that is enough to tip the balance from avoidance to engagement. Chapter 13: The Secret of Collocations and Chunks. How real language is built. There is a gap between the English that learners produce and the English that native speakers produce that has nothing to do with grammar or vocabulary in the conventional sense. A learner can have perfect grammar and a wide vocabulary and still produce English that sounds somehow unnatural, slightly off, like something translated rather than something thought. Native speakers feel this gap, but often struggle to identify it. The learner hears it in the contrast between their speech and the speech around them, but cannot figure out what to change. The gap is often collocations and lexical chunks. A collocation is a pairing or grouping of words that occur together with a frequency that cannot be accounted for by chance alone. They are word partnerships that native speakers use without thinking and that learners must consciously acquire. The word heavily, for instance, collocates in English with rain, smoke, and criticize. You say it was raining heavily, not it was raining strongly, even though strongly seems logically equivalent. You say she was heavily criticized, not she was strongly criticized, even though the meaning should be the same. The difference is not logical, it is idiomatic, conventional, built into the language through patterns of actual usage by actual speakers over centuries. Collocations operate at every level of English, from the most basic to the most sophisticated. Some collocations are relatively predictable once you know the vocabulary. Fast food, quick decision, heavy traffic. Others are completely opaque. Strike a balance, run a business, break a habit. The non-predictable ones are where learners go wrong most often, producing logical but non-idiomatic phrases that mark them as non-native speakers and sometimes cause miscommunication. A lexical chunk is a related but broader concept. Chunks are multi-word units that function in language like single words. They are stored and retrieved as wholes rather than being assembled word by word from components. They include formulaic phrases like nice to meet you, how are you, Let me know if there is anything I can do. On the other hand, as far as I know, not to mention, to tell you the truth, they include idiomatic expressions like the ball is in your court, on the same page, get the hang of something, bite off more than you can chew. They include discourse markers like having said that, all things considered, what I'm trying to say is, and they include patterns that function as templates into which specific words can be inserted. It's worth noting that the reason I'm asking is, what I find interesting about this is the importance of chunks for language acquisition was theorized by Michael Lewis in the 1990s under the heading of the lexical approach, and it has been increasingly supported by research since. The core claim is that fluency is largely a matter of having a large store of high-frequency chunks available for rapid retrieval, rather than being primarily a matter of grammatical rule application. When a native speaker says, "What time is it?" they are not constructing this sentence from its grammatical components, applying subject-verb-object order, selecting the interrogative form, conjugating the verb to be. They are retrieving a preformed chunk that has been stored as a single unit. It comes out fast and naturally because it is a single retrieval, not a construction. Adult learners, because they are often taught language as a system of rules and vocabulary items, tend to construct sentences rather than retrieve chunks, and this construction process is inherently slower and more error-prone than chunk retrieval. This is one reason why learners who seem to know perfectly well how English works still cannot speak at natural speed. They are building sentences from components in real time, while native speakers are retrieving pre-built units from their extensive chunk inventory. The practical implication is clear and important. Learners should explicitly attend to and deliberately acquire chunks alongside individual words and grammar rules, not instead of, but alongside. When you encounter an interesting or useful phrase in your reading or listening, do not just note the unfamiliar vocabulary. Note the whole phrase, in context. How is it used? What situation does it fit? What emotional tone does it carry? What other words does it combine with? And then practice using it, deliberately at first, looking for opportunities to deploy it in speech and writing until it becomes part of your automatic repertoire. Many learners carry a notebook or a digital document specifically for chunks and collocations, entering them as they encounter them in their reading and listening, reviewing them regularly, and making a conscious effort to use them productively. This is not a fashionable study technique, but it is a remarkably effective one, and learners who develop a chunk-oriented approach to vocabulary acquisition tend to notice a rapid improvement in the naturalness and idiomatic quality of their English. The fastest learners are what linguists sometimes call noticing machines. They have developed a heightened sensitivity to the way language is actually used rather than the way it theoretically could be used. They notice when native speakers say make a decision rather than take a decision, even though both are logically possible. They notice the difference between deeply moving and very moving, between largely irrelevant and very irrelevant, between utterly exhausted and very exhausted. They notice patterns in how intensifiers and collocates pair with each other. And they notice because they are paying attention at the right level, not just to what is being said, but to how it is being said. This kind of attention to language itself, the capacity to hear and read as both a comprehender and a learner simultaneously, is a skill that develops over time and that can be cultivated through deliberate practice. It begins with giving yourself permission to slow down, to reread or re-listen, to notice something in a piece of language that struck you as interesting or new, to ask not just what does this mean, but how is this being done? The fastest learners ask this question constantly, and the answers they collect build a sensitivity to English usage that no grammar book or vocabulary list can provide. Chapter 14. The surprising role of pronunciation in language learning success. Most language learners think of pronunciation as a problem to be fixed. They hear an accent and think of it as a deficit, something that reveals their foreignness. something that marks them as not quite English, something that ideally would be eliminated so they could sound like a native speaker. And because pronunciation is deeply personal, tied to identity and origin and community in ways that grammar is not, this attitude toward their own pronunciation often carries a weight of shame that does real damage to their confidence and their willingness to speak. The research on pronunciation in language acquisition suggests a very different framework. Pronunciation is not primarily a problem to be fixed. It is a dimension of communication to be developed. And the goal is not accent elimination, but communicative effectiveness and intelligibility. Let us start with some facts that the accent elimination industry prefers not to emphasize. Most non-native accents, in English as in any other language, do not impair intelligibility. They mark geographic and linguistic origin, but they do not, in most cases, prevent communication. The English spoken by educated people around the world, from India to Nigeria to Brazil to China, varies enormously in its phonological features, and all of it is largely intelligible to other educated English speakers. The World English's research tradition, which has studied the global spread of English and the diverse forms it takes, consistently finds that non-native varieties of English are effective vehicles of communication for their speakers, not failed imitations of native varieties. What matters for intelligibility is not accent, but a specific set of phonological features that most significantly affect comprehensibility. These include stress patterns, both within words and across sentences, which carry critical information about meaning in English. They include the distinction between what are called minimal pairs, sounds that are different enough in English to change meaning, such as the distinction between ship and sheep, or between this and these. They include basic vowel quality for the most common words, and they include intonation, the rising and falling of pitch that signals whether an utterance is a question, a statement, or a request, and that carries emotional meaning that speakers depend on to interpret communication correctly. Learning to control these features accurately is a worthwhile investment, because errors in stress, minimal pair discrimination, and intonation do genuinely impair communication in ways that a mild accent does not. A learner who consistently misplaces word stress, saying comfortable instead of comfortable or advertisement instead of advertisement, will be regularly misunderstood. A learner whose intonation always falls at the end of questions may cause confusion about when they are asking versus stating. These are phonological features worth attending to and correcting. But the vast range of other accent features, the quality of the vowels, the exact place of articulation of consonants, the rhythm and timing patterns that differ across accents, these do not usually impair communication, and pursuing their elimination at the expense of fluency, vocabulary, and communicative confidence is a poor trade. The fastest learners develop what phoneticians call a functional relationship with pronunciation. They attend carefully to the features that matter for intelligibility, and they do not waste time or self-confidence on the features that do not. They accept their accent as a legitimate part of who they are, while working specifically on the phonological dimensions of their English that genuinely affect how well they can communicate. There is a fascinating dimension to pronunciation learning that connects to our earlier discussion of input. Pronunciation improves dramatically through extensive listening. This is not simply about being corrected or consciously practicing sounds. It is about the ear developing a finer-grained sensitivity to the phonological distinctions in the language, so that the brain's predictions about sounds become more accurate and production becomes more precise. Learners who do extensive listening tend to develop better pronunciation than learners who do less listening, even without explicit pronunciation instruction, because the listening is training the ear and the ear is in turn training the mouth. Shadowing is a pronunciation technique that exploits this connection between listening and production more deliberately. It involves listening to an English audio recording and simultaneously speaking along with it, trying to match not just the words but the rhythm, stress, intonation, and sound quality of the speaker. It feels strange at first, and it requires practice to do well, but learners who use it regularly report significant improvements in their pronunciation, rhythm, and fluency because it forces them to attend to features of the language that normal listening allows them to ignore. The connection between pronunciation and identity is one that deserves honest acknowledgement. For many learners, especially those from post-colonial contexts where native speaker English has been explicitly or implicitly positioned as superior, working on pronunciation can feel like an act of cultural self-erasure. Why should I try to sound American or British when my accent represents who I am and where I come from? The answer is that the goal was never to sound American or British. The goal is to communicate clearly and effectively in English. Those are different targets, and confusing them has caused unnecessary pain for generations of language learners who were taught to hear their accent as a failure rather than as a legitimate identity marker that could coexist with excellent communicative competence. The fastest learners and the wisest ones have learned to hold these two things simultaneously. Genuine development of the pronunciation features that serve their communication, and genuine respect for the accent that marks their origin. Chapter 15: Time, Frequency, and the Compound Effect in Language Learning. There is a mathematical reality underlying language acquisition that very few language learning books are willing to state plainly because it is somewhat uncomfortable. Learning a language takes a long time, not an indefinite time, not an impossible time, but more time than most learners expect when they begin, and more time than most language learning programs honestly represent in their marketing. The Foreign Service Institute of the United States government, which trains diplomats in the languages they need for their postings, has accumulated one of the most substantial bodies of data on language learning time in existence. The FSI categories range from Category 1 languages, those closely related to English, to Category 4 languages, the most structurally and culturally distant from English. For Category 1 languages like Spanish, French, or Italian, the FSI estimates that a native English speaker needs approximately 600 to 750 hours of instruction and practice to reach professional working proficiency. For Category 4 languages like Arabic, Mandarin Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, the estimate rises to around 2,200 hours. English, for the learners reading this, is typically somewhere in the middle depending on native language, and the hours required for a non-native speaker of a Category 4 native language to reach professional proficiency in English are on the higher end of the range. 2,200 hours sounds intimidating. And it should, in the sense that it represents a significant commitment of time and energy that should not be understated or sugarcoated, but it becomes much less intimidating when you understand how compounding works. The principle of compounding is familiar from finance. Small amounts invested consistently over a long period grow to surprisingly large amounts, because each period's growth is calculated on the total accumulated amount rather than on the original investment alone. The growth is not linear, but exponential. Language learning works the same way. Each hour of learning does not add the same amount of knowledge and skill as the previous hour. Each hour adds to the accumulated base, and each addition to the base makes the next addition more efficient. This is because language knowledge is a network, and networks grow in complexity faster than they grow in size. Each new word you learn connects to other words you already know. Each new grammatical structure you acquire provides a template that makes related structures easier to learn. Each new listening hour trains an ear that is already better than it was, so the same input provides more acquisition than it would have provided at an earlier stage. This means that the curve of language acquisition is not straight but increasingly steep. The early stages, when the base is small and every new thing is disconnected from a large existing network, are the slowest and hardest. Progress seems slow relative to effort. Many learners give up in this early phase, before the compounding has had time to kick in. The later stages, when the base is substantial and new additions rapidly connect to existing knowledge, are faster and feel more effortless, even though the learner may be working just as hard. Understanding this compounding dynamic has several practical implications. The most important is the value of consistency over intensity. The learner who spends 1 hour a day, every day for 3 years will almost always outperform the learner who spends 2 weeks intensively studying and then takes a month off. Over the same 3-year period, the daily learner is steadily building their base and allowing the compounding to work. The inconsistent learner is losing ground during their fallow periods, allowing already acquired knowledge to decay faster than it is being acquired in the intensive periods. Memory research is clear on this point. Language learning memories, like all memories, decay over time through a process called forgetting. The rate of forgetting is predictable and follows what is called the forgetting curve. The sharpest decline in retention happens in the first few hours after learning, and the rate of decline decreases as the memory is reinforced through repetition. Learning that is spaced out over time, with regular intervals of exposure and use, is retained far better than learning that is concentrated in a single intensive period. This is why language learning programs that promise fluency in 30 days or 90 days are fundamentally misleading. Not because progress is impossible in that time, but because what can be built in 30 days without sustained follow-through will largely decay without it. The question is never how much English can I learn in 30 days. The question is what level of English can I sustainably maintain through consistent practice over a period of years. Frequency of engagement matters not just for retention, but for the quality of acquisition. A learner who engages with English daily is keeping the language alive and present in their neural network in a way that a once-a-week learner is not. The daily learner is practicing English in their mind even when they are not actively studying, making connections and associations, dreaming in fragments of the language, encountering English throughout their day in incidental ways that all contribute to the overall exposure. The weekly learner is, in a sense, letting the language go cold between sessions. The fastest learners understand all of this, and they structure their learning accordingly. They find ways to make daily contact with English sustainable and enjoyable, rather than treating it as a heavy obligation. They build English into their lives in ways that fit naturally. An English podcast during their commute, an English book by their bed, an English language YouTube channel during their lunch break, a weekly conversation with an English-speaking friend or conversation partner. They do not rely on occasional intensive study sessions. They rely on the compounding of many small, consistent actions over a long time, and they are patient with the slow, early stages, knowing that the compounding is happening even when it is not yet visible, trusting that the hours invested now are building a base that will one day seem to produce results almost effortlessly. Chapter 16: The Social Dimension. Why you need people, not just content. It is possible to build an impressive theoretical knowledge of English in complete solitude. You can read thousands of pages in English, listen to hundreds of hours of audio, complete every grammar exercise in every textbook, and accumulate a vocabulary that would put many native speakers to shame without once having a genuine conversation with another human being in the language. And all of that knowledge will be severely limited in its usefulness until you bring it into contact with real human communication. This is not obvious, and it is not merely a practical matter of practice. It is a matter of what language fundamentally is. Language is not a code for transferring information between isolated minds. It is a social activity, something that happens between people, that is shaped by relationship, by power, by shared and unshared context. by the specific history and dynamics of the people who are communicating. To learn a language is not just to learn a system, it is to learn to participate in a social practice. This means that the social dimension of language learning is not optional. It is not the icing on the cake of a solid grammatical and vocabulary foundation. It is a central, irreducible component of what language learning actually is, and learners who treat it as optional, who tell themselves they will start talking to people once their English is good enough, are misunderstanding the nature of the enterprise in a fundamental way. Research on language socialization, the process by which people become members of a linguistic community through participation in that community's practices, is consistent on this point. Language learning happens most richly and most durably in social contexts, through interaction with other speakers, both more proficient and less proficient, in situations where meaning genuinely matters because it is shared with real people in real situations. There are several mechanisms through which social interaction specifically accelerates language acquisition in ways that solo study cannot replicate. The first is negotiation of meaning. When you are communicating with another person and something goes wrong, when you are not understood or you do not understand, the repair process that follows is one of the most effective learning experiences possible. Both parties work to resolve the communication breakdown, asking for clarification, rephrasing, simplifying, providing examples, using gesture and intonation to convey meaning. This negotiation forces attention to exactly the places where communication is failing, making those places targets for learning in a way that pre-planned study simply cannot achieve. The second is interactional feedback. In a genuine conversation, your partner's responses are a continuous form of feedback about whether you are communicating successfully. A confused look, a request for repetition, a clarification attempt, a misguided reply that reveals they understood something different from what you meant. All of these are feedback signals that tell you something about your English, far more naturalistic and context-specific than any teacher's correction could be. The third is motivational. The social connection that conversation provides, the pleasure of understanding another person and being understood by them, of sharing a laugh or an insight or a piece of information, of feeling genuinely communicatively competent in a situation that matters, is one of the most powerful motivators for continued learning. Learners who have regular positive social experiences in English have a built-in reason to keep developing their English that goes beyond abstract educational goals. The fastest learners deliberately cultivate their social English lives. They seek out English speakers and English-using communities. They find conversation partners, either locally or through the many excellent online platforms that connect learners with native speakers and other proficient English users around the world. They join clubs, communities, interest groups that operate in English. They make friends across linguistic boundaries, understanding that those friendships are simultaneously fulfilling in themselves and powerful engines of language acquisition. They also understand something important about the power differential in cross-linguistic relationships and how to navigate it productively. In most conversations between a native English speaker and a non-native speaker, the native speaker has more communicative power because the conversation is happening in their language. The non-native speaker is more vulnerable, more dependent on the native speaker's patience and goodwill, more exposed to the possibility of not being understood or of being misunderstood. The fastest learners are not paralyzed by this differential. They acknowledge it, they are honest with their conversation partners about where they are in their learning. They ask for accommodation when they need it, and they do not pretend to understand when they do not, but they also assert their presence in the conversation, their intelligence, their perspective, their right to take up space in the language. They are not supplicants, they are speakers. There is something worth saying here about finding the right social environments for language learning, because not all social environments are equally supportive. The ideal learning environment for social language practice is one where mistakes are treated as normal, where there is enough patience for the communication to develop naturally without being rushed, where there is genuine mutual interest between the participants rather than one party merely tolerating the other's language learning needs, and where the topic of conversation genuinely interests both parties. The language learning community, whether found online or in person, can be a powerful version of this environment. Language exchange relationships, where two speakers each speak the other's language for part of the conversation, are particularly valuable because they create genuine mutual vulnerability and genuine mutual investment in the success of the communication. Both parties have something to offer and something to learn, and this equality of investment tends to produce the kind of patient, generous conversation that is most productive for learning. Chapter 17: Feedback and Correction. What helps and what hurts. Learning without feedback is flying blind. You make decisions about language, you produce sentences and utterances, you make choices about vocabulary and grammar and pronunciation, and without some form of response that tells you whether those choices were effective and accurate, you have no way of knowing what to keep doing and what to change. Feedback is the mechanism that connects your current performance to your developing competence, the signal that guides the continuous adjustment of your internal language model towards something more accurate and more effective. But not all feedback is equal. Some forms of feedback genuinely accelerate learning. Others impede it, not through malice, but through a misunderstanding of what correction is for and how the human mind responds to it. The research on error correction in language learning is nuanced and contextually specific. What works depends on the learner's proficiency level, the type of error being corrected, the relationship between corrector and learner, the learning goal being pursued, and the timing of the correction relative to the original utterance. A one-size-fits-all correction policy, whether that policy is correct everything or correct nothing, is almost certainly wrong. Let us start with what the research fairly consistently supports. Feedback that is immediate and direct is most useful for form-focused practice, where the learner's attention is explicitly on grammatical or phonological accuracy. When a teacher explicitly asks a learner to use the present perfect in their answer, and the learner uses the simple past, immediate correction that points out the error and provides or elicits the correct form, is effective because it connects the correction directly to an active, focused learning moment. Feedback that is immediate and direct is, however, often unhelpful during fluency-focused practice, where the learner's attention is primarily on meaning and communication. Interrupting a learner's communicative attempt to correct a grammar error redirects their attention from meaning to form at precisely the moment when the fluency-building value of the utterance lies in its meaning focus. Learners who are frequently interrupted for correction during communicative practice learn to be more hesitant, more self-monitoring, and less fluent as a result, the opposite of the intended effect. There is a practice that many experienced language teachers use and that research supports: noting errors made during communicative activities and then providing feedback after the activity is complete, when the learner's attention can be fully given to the form without the competing demands of real-time communication. This allows communicative fluency to develop during the activity and analytical attention to form to be applied afterward, exploiting both learning systems without putting them in direct conflict. Implicit feedback, the kind that does not explicitly label an utterance as wrong, but that provides a correct model in a natural way, is also valuable and has the advantage of not triggering the defensive response that explicit error correction sometimes produces. When a learner says, "Yesterday I go to the market," and their conversation partner responds, "Yes, I went there yesterday too," the correct past tense form is provided in the context of a natural response without any signal that the learner was wrong. Research shows that learners do notice and benefit from this kind of recasting, as it is called, particularly when they have the metalinguistic awareness to recognize what is happening. The emotional dimension of correction is one that is rarely given sufficient weight in discussions of pedagogical method, but that is perhaps the most practically significant factor for adult learners. Being corrected feels bad. This is not a weakness or a failing to be overcome through greater toughness. It is a normal human response to having a communicative product you have invested effort in labeled as inadequate. The degree to which it feels bad varies across individuals, cultures, and relationships, but the underlying feeling is essentially universal. Correction that is delivered without sensitivity to this emotional dimension, that is abrupt, public, repetitive, or that does not acknowledge the effort and intelligence behind the attempt, damages both the learner's confidence and their relationship with the corrector in ways that can significantly impair future learning. Learners who have been frequently corrected in harsh or unsupportive ways tend to speak less, to take fewer risks, to produce safer, simpler English rather than stretching toward more complex and accurate expression. The correction that was intended to improve their English has in fact diminished it by diminishing their willingness to produce it. The fastest learners develop a healthy relationship with feedback and correction that involves two complementary dispositions. First, they actively seek feedback. They do not rely on teachers and conversation partners to volunteer corrections. They ask, they invite, they say explicitly, "Please tell me when my English sounds unnatural," or "I am trying to use the present perfect more correctly. Can you let me know if I get it wrong?" By making their learning goals explicit, they can receive more targeted and useful feedback, and they can frame corrections as collaborative progress rather than judgment. Second, they have learned to receive correction gracefully and without defensiveness. They treat a correction not as an attack on their intelligence, but as a gift, specific information about a specific gap in their knowledge that they can use to improve. This requires what psychologists call a non-defensive orientation, an ability to hear criticism as information rather than as evaluation. That is easier for some personalities than others, but that can be deliberately cultivated. The learner's own self-correction practice is also a form of feedback that deserves attention. The ability to monitor your own output, to catch errors as you produce them or immediately after, and to self-correct is an important dimension of developing accuracy. But self-monitoring carries costs. It requires cognitive resources that must come from somewhere, and excessive self-monitoring interferes with fluency and communication, as we discussed in the chapter on speaking anxiety. The balance that the fastest learners achieve is not the elimination of self-monitoring, but its calibration, monitoring enough to catch the errors that matter, the ones that affect communication, and releasing the rest to be corrected gradually over time through the natural processes of use and feedback. This calibrated self-awareness, knowing when to attend to form and when to let it go in service of communication, is one of the most sophisticated skills in language learning and one of the clearest markers of an experienced, effective learner. Chapter 18, Reading as the Superpower. Why books change everything. If you want a single recommendation, one change to your learning approach that is likely to produce more significant and lasting improvement in your English than any other single change, it is this: read more. Read in English consistently and extensively, at a level that challenges you without defeating you, in genres and subjects that genuinely interest you, and treat this reading not as homework, but as one of the great pleasures that access to English makes available to you. The evidence for the power of reading in second language development is about as consistent and robust as evidence gets in applied linguistics. Extensive reading is positively correlated with almost every dimension of language proficiency we can measure: vocabulary breadth, vocabulary depth, reading comprehension, writing quality, grammar accuracy, listening comprehension, and even indirectly speaking ability. The learner who reads extensively in English develops across all of these dimensions simultaneously, without needing to consciously study each one in isolation. Why does reading have such broad and powerful effects? Several interconnected reasons. First, reading provides the highest density and variety of vocabulary exposure of any available input source. A single novel of moderate length contains tens of thousands of running words, hundreds of distinct vocabulary items, and dozens of grammatical structures used in natural, contextually rich ways. The density of lexical and grammatical information in a page of written text is simply higher than in an equivalent duration of speech, because writing has been edited and compressed in ways that conversation is not. Second, reading allows the learner to control the pace of input in a way that listening does not. You can slow down over a difficult sentence. You can reread a paragraph that confused you. You can look up a word and immediately return to the context where it appeared, seeing it in its natural habitat immediately after consulting its definition, which is one of the most effective ways to anchor new vocabulary in memory. This control over pace and the ability to revisit make reading uniquely hospitable to learning in a way that real-time listening is not. Third, reading exposes you to registers and genres of English that are simply not available through listening to conversation. The English of literary fiction, with its complex sentences, its psychological precision, its willingness to slow down and develop a single thought or sensation at length, develops something different in you than the English of casual speech. The English of quality journalism, with its balance of clarity and depth, its habit of defining specialized terms for a general audience, its rhythm of claim and evidence and qualification, develops different capacities. The English of history or philosophy or science, with its technical vocabulary and its complex logical structures, develops different ones still. Most learners spend almost all of their listening time with informal conversational English and almost none of their time with written English across its full range of registers. The result is a kind of linguistic narrowness. They can navigate informal conversation reasonably well, but they are lost in a formal meeting, in a university lecture, in a business document, in a sophisticated argument. Extensive reading across genres and registers is the most direct remedy for this narrowness. Fourth, reading develops what we might call narrative intelligence in English, the capacity to follow and construct complex sequences of meaning over an extended period of time. This is a capacity that conversation, because of its real-time constraints and its mutual co-construction, does not develop as directly. The ability to follow an argument through a complex text, to keep track of multiple characters and plot lines in a novel, to understand how a long-form essay builds from introduction to conclusion, is a cognitive skill that has direct implications for advanced listening comprehension, for writing ability, and for the sophisticated use of English in professional and academic contexts. The question of what to read is almost as important as the question of how much. The most effective reading for language acquisition is reading that is genuinely interesting to the reader, not what someone else thinks they should read, not what seems most educational or most prestigious, but what actually compels them to turn the page. The engagement that genuine interest produces is not just a nice to have, it is a neurological condition that significantly enhances vocabulary acquisition and retention, as we discussed in the chapter on emotion. This means that reading popular fiction, genre novels, fantasy or thriller or romance or science fiction is not a less valuable form of reading than literary classics, as long as it is genuinely engaging. In fact, for learners who have not yet developed a strong English reading habit, Starting with highly engaging genre fiction is often the most effective path to building the extensive reading volume that produces the most substantial language gains. There is one more powerful form of reading that deserves specific mention: reading in English about subjects you care about. Not for language practice, but for genuine informational or intellectual engagement. When you use English as the medium for following a field you love, reading the latest research in a domain you work in, following a debate in a community you are part of, reading analysis of a sport or art form or cultural phenomenon that genuinely interests you, the language acquisition that happens is the most natural and durable kind, incidental acquisition driven by genuine purpose. The words and structures you encounter in this context are embedded in a web of meaning and motivation that makes them extraordinarily memorable. You are not reading to learn English. You are learning English by reading about what you love. Chapter 19: Building Your English Learning System. A science-based approach. We have covered an enormous amount of ground in this audiobook. We have looked at the neuroscience of acquisition, the psychology of motivation and anxiety, the social dimensions of language learning, the role of input and output, the nature of vocabulary and grammar, the power of reading, the importance of identity, and much more. All of this information is valuable, but information without a system for applying it remains theoretical. This chapter is about design: how to build a personal English learning system that is scientifically grounded, practically sustainable, and genuinely suited to you as an individual learner with your specific goals, your specific strengths and weaknesses, your specific life and schedule and preferences. The first principle of system design is that the best system is the one you actually follow. This sounds obvious, but it is violated constantly. People design ideal systems, maximum efficiency schedules with precisely calibrated ratios of input and output, vocabulary study and grammar work, speaking practice and listening time, and then they follow these systems for 2 weeks before life intervenes and the system collapses. A modest system that you maintain consistently for 2 years produces incomparably better results than an ideal system you follow for 2 weeks. Design your system around your life rather than designing your life around an ideal system. Look honestly at your actual daily schedule, your energy patterns, your social commitments, and identify the realistic spaces where English learning can live, not the spaces you wish existed, the spaces that actually do. Maybe it is 30 minutes in the morning before the household wakes up. Maybe it is the commute. Maybe it is the lunch break. Maybe it is the hour after dinner when you normally watch television anyway. Find the spaces and put English in them. The second principle is that your system must include both input and output, and both should be activities that you can maintain with genuine engagement rather than pure willpower. Input activities that are enjoyable enough to sustain include reading in English in genres you genuinely love, watching television series and films in English that are genuinely compelling to you, listening to podcasts and audio content about subjects you are genuinely curious about, and following news or analysis in English about things that genuinely matter to you. If any of these feel like pure obligation, that is information about whether they belong in your system. Output activities that are sustainable include keeping a daily or weekly journal in English, which requires no scheduling with another person and can happen at whatever time and length suits your day. Participating in online communities that operate in English around your interests, which converts your existing online behavior into language practice. Having regular conversation practice with a partner or tutor, which can be scheduled as regularly as feels sustainable and enjoyable. And any professional or social use of English that already exists in your life, which you can treat consciously as language development time rather than merely as work. The third principle is calibration. Your system must be calibrated to your current level and must evolve as your level changes. Input that is far below your current level wastes time. Input that is far above it wastes time differently, producing frustration rather than boredom, but equally unproductive. The sweet spot of comprehensible challenge must be actively managed, which means regularly assessing where your English is and adjusting the difficulty of your input accordingly. This assessment does not need to be formal. You can calibrate by feel. If you are understanding nearly everything in your current reading or listening content without effort, it is time to move up. If you are understanding less than about 60%, it is probably too difficult to be productive, and you should move down or add more scaffolding. The zone you are looking for is comfortable challenge, engaging difficulty, the experience of reaching for comprehension and usually grasping it, with enough uncertainty to keep the brain active and acquiring. The fourth principle is iteration. Your system will not be right on the first try, and that is not a problem. It is the nature of system design. You build something, you try it for a month or two, you honestly assess what is working and what is not, and you adjust. This requires the kind of reflective learning practice that distinguishes the fastest learners from the others. The habit of standing outside your own learning process and asking what is happening, what is helping, what is not, what is missing. A learning journal is one of the most effective tools for building this reflective practice. Not an English journal, though that is valuable too, but a journal about your English learning, what you did this week, what felt effective, what was hard, what words or structures you encountered and want to remember, what your honest assessment of your progress is. The act of writing this reflection forces an explicitness about your process that improves it. The fifth principle is integration. The most effective learning systems weave English into the fabric of your daily life rather than treating it as a separate, time-blocked activity that competes with the rest of your life for space. When English becomes the medium in which you follow your interests, pursue your curiosity, connect with people, and seek entertainment, it stops feeling like a subject you study and starts feeling like a world you inhabit. This is the condition in which the fastest learners operate, and it is not a destination that only advanced learners can reach. It can be cultivated from the earliest stages. From the beginning, make English the language you use to access the things you love. Find your favorite subject and find English language sources for it. Find your favorite kind of story and find English language books or films or podcasts that tell them. Find a community of people who share your interests and find the English language channels through which they communicate. The integration will feel effortful at first because the English is harder than your native language and requires more cognitive energy. But over time, as your English grows, the effort decreases and the integration deepens, until one day you notice that you have been in English for hours without noticing. Finally, the sixth principle. Celebrate progress, not perfection. Track where you were 6 months ago and compare it to where you are now, rather than constantly comparing yourself to where you want to be or where you think you should be. Language learning is a long game. The horizon keeps moving. If you measure your progress against a standard you have not yet reached, you will always feel behind. If you measure it against where you started, you will find evidence of growth that is genuinely worth acknowledging and celebrating. The fastest learners are almost invariably learners who have found ways to make the journey itself rewarding, not just the destination. They enjoy the process. The encounter with new words, the satisfaction of understanding something that was opaque a week ago, the pleasure of a successful conversation, the surprise of a piece of English that moves them or makes them laugh or shows them something they had not seen before. This enjoyment is not a luxury. It is the fuel that keeps the engine running through the years that genuine language acquisition requires. Chapter 20. The Hidden Pattern Revealed. What separates the learners who make it. We have come a long way together through this audiobook. We have covered 20 chapters of research, principle, and practice. we have looked at the brain and the mind and the social world. We have examined motivation and emotion and identity and anxiety. We have discussed vocabulary and grammar and pronunciation and reading. We have talked about time and consistency and feedback and system design. Now it is time to bring it all together, to name the hidden pattern that this entire book has been circling, the thing that separates the learners who make it from the learners who do not. The pattern is this: the fastest and most successful language learners have, in one way or another, made the language their own, not conquered it, not mastered it, not defeated it, made it their own. They have moved from a relationship with English in which it is something external, something imposed or aspired to, something that exists outside them and judges them from a position of superior correctness, to a relationship in which English is something they inhabit, something that is genuinely part of their lives and their selves, something that they use to do and think and feel and connect and create. This movement is not the destination of language learning. It is, paradoxically, both the most important condition for rapid learning and the result of it. The learners who make English their own early, who claim it with confidence before they have fully earned it, who refuse to wait for perfect competence before asserting their right to the language, are the ones who learn fastest, because making the language your own is what activates all the mechanisms of acquisition we have discussed. When English is truly yours, you are emotionally invested in it in a way that activates the reward system and accelerates memory consolidation. When it is truly yours, you are motivated by intrinsic rewards, curiosity, pleasure, connection, rather than external ones, and intrinsic motivation is more durable and more powerful. When it is truly yours, you are willing to risk it, to speak it imperfectly, to let it represent you to other people even when it is not yet perfect. And this risk is the engine of fluency. When it is truly yours, you find ways to use it in your life that are genuinely meaningful, and meaningful use is the best accelerant of acquisition that exists. The hidden pattern, understood this way, is not primarily a method. It is an orientation. It is a way of standing toward the language and toward yourself as a speaker of it. But orientation can be shaped. The right methods, the right understanding, the right relationships and environments and habits all tend to orient a learner in this direction, and this book has been, in essence, a map of those orientations and the methods that support them. Let us review the core insights one final time, not as a list of things to do, but as a portrait of who the fastest learners are. They are motivated by genuine connection to the language and what it opens, not by external pressure or vague aspiration. They have found their why, and the why burns steadily rather than brightly and briefly. They are tolerant of difficulty and comfortable with uncertainty. They have learned that confusion is not failure, but information, that the gap between where they are and where they want to be is not an obstacle, but a path. They have made an identity commitment. They think of themselves as English speakers, not language learners, not aspirants, but speakers at whatever level they have currently reached, with full rights to the language and full responsibility for its development. They balance input and output intelligently, loading themselves with rich, comprehensible, emotionally engaging input, and then pushing themselves into productive output that reveals gaps and builds fluency. They learn vocabulary in context and in chunks rather than in isolated lists. They are noticing machines, always attending to how the language is being used rather than just what it is saying. They have a healthy relationship with grammar. They understand it enough to use it consciously when they need to. They practice it until it becomes automatic where it can, and they do not let imperfect grammar prevent them from communicating. They manage their speaking anxiety through exposure and reframing, rather than through avoidance and perfectionism. They know that the quickest way past the anxiety is through it, not around it. They cultivate their social English life deliberately, finding communities, partners, and environments where English is used for genuine human connection around shared interests. They read. They read in English because they love reading and they love what they read. Not primarily because they know it will improve their English, though it will. They are consistent over time rather than intensive in bursts. They build language every day, in small increments that compound into substantial growth. They seek feedback and receive it gracefully. They understand that being told they are wrong is one of the most useful things that can happen to them, and they enjoy the process. Not every moment of it, not every struggle and embarrassment and frustrating plateau, but the overall arc of it, the ongoing adventure of a life lived in two languages, the permanent enrichment of seeing the world through different linguistic lenses. There is one final thing to say, and it is perhaps the most important of all. You are reading or listening to this book in English. Whatever level of English you have brought to this moment, whether you understood every word or had to work hard for each sentence, whether this book felt easy or challenging, whether your English is already strong or still developing, the fact that you are here at the end of 20 chapters of substantive, complex English text is itself evidence of the capacity you carry. You already have a relationship with this language. You have already put time and effort and thought into it. You have already built something real. The question now is not whether you can do it. You are doing it. The question is what you will do with what you now know, how you will take the insights of this book and integrate them into a learning life that is richer, smarter, more effective, and more genuinely rewarding than the one you had before. The pattern is hidden no longer. The language is yours. Use it afterward. A note on the journey ahead. Every reader of this book is at a different point on the same path. Some of you are in the early stages, still building the fundamental structures of English, still working hard for comprehension of what used to be opaque. Some of you are intermediate learners, past the hardest early stages, now working to deepen and broaden and sharpen what you have. Some of you are advanced learners, polishing and refining, seeking the nuances and subtleties that separate good English from great English. Wherever you are, the principles in this book apply. The neuroscience does not change based on your level. The importance of motivation does not diminish as you advance. The value of reading and listening and genuine communicative practice remains constant. The need for identity commitment, for patience with compounding, for a healthy relationship with feedback and with failure, these are not beginner concerns that you leave behind as you advance. They are permanent dimensions of the language learning experience that simply take different forms at different levels. As you move forward from this book, I would offer a few final suggestions. Begin with one thing, not 20 things from 20 chapters, not a complete overhaul of your learning life, but one thing, the one insight from this book that struck you most deeply, that you feel most clearly connected to your own experience and your own obstacles, that seems most likely to move you forward if acted on. Take that one thing and act on it today, not tomorrow, not when you have more time. Today. Then add a second thing next week, then a third the week after. Build gradually and deliberately the way language itself is built, one piece at a time, compounding, connecting, growing into something that is more than the sum of its parts. Find your people. Find the community of English learners and English speakers who will support your journey, challenge you productively, celebrate your progress, and use English with you for purposes that go beyond the learning itself. Language is a social practice, and its development is a social process. Do not try to do it alone. Trust the process. There will be plateaus where progress seems to stop. There will be days when your English feels worse than it did last week, when everything you learned yesterday seems to have vanished, when the fluency that felt close last month feels distant again. These experiences are universal and they are temporary. The plateau always ends. The progress always continues. The brain is always doing work that will become visible when the conditions are right. And remember why you are doing this. Not the abstract reason, not the qualification on the resume or the certificate on the wall, but the felt reason, the one that comes from your actual life and your actual desires and your actual sense of who you are and who you want to become. That reason is your fuel. When the work gets hard, and it will, return to it. Let it remind you that this effort is worth making, that the language you are building is genuinely valuable, that the person you are becoming through this work is someone worth becoming. English is one of the great connective tissues of the modern world. It links people across geography and culture and generation in ways that no other single language currently does. To speak it well is to have access to a vastly larger world, a world of people and ideas and stories and opportunities that would otherwise be inaccessible to you. It is a real and significant gift to give yourself. You have already begun. That is not nothing. That is everything. Go on. Deeper explorations. Extended discussions for each chapter. Extended reflection on Chapter 1. The fastest learners are not the smartest ones. There is a study that researchers at the University of Maryland conducted some years ago that elegantly illustrates the point about intelligence and language learning. They took a group of adult language learners and measured them on a battery of cognitive tests, standard measures of verbal intelligence, working memory, processing speed, and analytical reasoning. They also measured them on several personality dimensions, including openness to experience, conscientiousness, tolerance of ambiguity, and what psychologists call need for cognition, the degree to which people enjoy and seek out cognitive challenges. After a semester of intensive language instruction, they measured everyone's language outcomes. The cognitive test scores predicted language outcomes, but more weakly than most people would expect. The personality variables predicted outcomes at roughly equal or greater strength, and in the multivariate analysis that tried to tease apart the contributions of each factor, the combination of openness to experience and tolerance of ambiguity consistently emerged as one of the strongest predictors. Openness to experience is one of the 5 major dimensions in the most widely used model of personality, the Big Five. People high in openness tend to be curious, imaginative, receptive to new ideas, interested in aesthetic and intellectual experiences, and comfortable with complexity and ambiguity. They tend to read broadly, to seek out unfamiliar experiences, and to find value in perspectives different from their own. They are, in other words, almost perfectly constituted to be language learners, because a language is exactly these things. It is curiosity about how another community sees the world. It is receptivity to a different way of organizing meaning. It is comfort with the ambiguity of partial understanding. The willingness to sit with not quite knowing as a temporary but acceptable condition, rather than as an intolerable state to be escaped immediately. It is openness to the experience of being a different version of yourself, less fluent, less precise, less certain, in the service of a broader and richer engagement with human communication. Tolerance of ambiguity deserves particular emphasis. Language learning is an enterprise saturated in ambiguity. You do not know exactly what that word means. You are not sure whether this grammatical construction is correct or just plausible. You cannot be certain whether the tone you are using is appropriate for this situation. You encounter language that could mean 2 things, and you must decide, from context and intuition, which one is intended. You receive feedback that is ambiguous. A slightly confused look from your conversation partner that might mean they did not understand you, or might mean they are just thinking. Learners who cannot tolerate this ambient ambiguity, who need certainty before they can proceed, who halt at every point of uncertainty until they have fully resolved it, are constantly stalling. They look up every word they do not know. They ask for repetition and clarification at every point of potential misunderstanding. They spend enormous amounts of cognitive energy managing their uncertainty rather than allowing it to be part of the experience, and the result is not greater accuracy or understanding. It is exhaustion and slowed progress. The learner who can hold ambiguity lightly, who can say, I am not sure what that word means, but I can understand the general sense from context, and I will look it up later if I need to, who can proceed through a conversation with imperfect comprehension and trust that enough is getting through to sustain the exchange. This learner is much more efficient. They spend their cognitive energy on learning rather than on managing the discomfort of not knowing. This tolerance can be developed. Like many of the qualities associated with successful language learning, it is not a fixed trait, but a skill that improves with deliberate practice. The practice is simple, though not easy. Repeatedly entering situations of managed ambiguity and allowing yourself to stay there long enough to discover that the ambiguity resolves itself naturally, that you do not need to resolve it by force. Every time you watch an English program and resist the urge to look up every unfamiliar word, every time you stay in a conversation that is slightly over your head rather than escaping to safer ground, every time you make your best guess at a grammar structure and proceed without certainty, you are training your tolerance of ambiguity. The smart learners know this about themselves. The fastest learners have made this training a deliberate part of their practice. There is another dimension to the intelligence question that is worth raising honestly. The phenomenon that linguists and psychologists sometimes call the analysis paralysis of the analytical mind. Highly analytical people who are very good at systematic, rule-based thinking, sometimes struggle with language learning precisely because of those strengths. They want to understand everything, to reduce the language to a complete and consistent set of rules, to know why before they will accept how. They approach language learning as an intellectual puzzle to be solved rather than a practice to be inhabited. This analytical orientation has value, particularly in the early stages of learning when understanding the structure of the language provides useful scaffolding, but it becomes a liability when it prevents the learner from surrendering to the organic, inductive pattern completion process that underlies genuine fluency. You cannot analyze your way to fluency. At some point, you have to stop analyzing and start using, stop studying the map and start walking the territory. The fastest learners are those who can move fluidly between analytical engagement with language, understanding a grammar point, examining a word's etymology, noticing a collocation pattern, and experiential engagement with language, using it, feeling it, inhabiting it without constant analytical reflection. They know when to think about language and when to be in it. Extended reflection on Chapter 2, the silent period that nobody talks about. The linguist Stephen Krashen, whose work we touched on in this chapter, tells a story about his own language learning that is instructive. He was learning Hebrew as an adult, and he deliberately gave himself a period of several months during which he only listened and read in Hebrew without attempting to speak. He attended synagogue services, listened to radio, read newspapers, and absorbed the language without production. And when he finally began to speak, he reported that the Hebrew came out considerably more naturally than his previous experiences of language learning, where he had been pushed to speak from the very beginning, had ever allowed. This is an anecdote, not a controlled study, and we should be appropriately cautious about drawing strong conclusions from individual experiences. But it resonates with a substantial body of more rigorous research, and it points to something that many language teachers and learners have noticed independently. There seems to be a developmental process in language acquisition that has a natural order, and jumping over stages in that order has costs. The natural order hypothesis, developed by Krashen and his colleague Tracy Terrell, proposes that grammatical structures are acquired in a fairly predictable sequence, regardless of the order in which they are taught, and that this order reflects something about how the brain processes and internalizes language. The classic observation supporting this is that learners of English as a second language reliably acquire certain grammatical morphemes, small grammatical elements like the progressive ing ending, the plurals s, the past tense deed in roughly the same order, even when those morphemes are taught in different orders by different teachers using different curricula. This finding suggests that instruction can influence how quickly particular structures are acquired, but not the order in which they are acquired, because the acquisition order reflects internal developmental readiness rather than instructional sequence. You cannot teach a structure productively before the learner's internal developmental system is ready to acquire it, no matter how much you repeat it or how clearly you explain it. This is why one of the most experienced language learner practitioners in recent years, the polyglot Luca Lampariello, has developed what he calls the natural approach, in which he spends the first several months of learning a new language almost entirely in receptive mode, building a large foundation of comprehensible input before ever attempting significant production. He reports that this approach produces more natural, more fluent production when he eventually does begin to speak, and that it dramatically reduces the awkwardness and anxiety that characterize early speaking attempts in more production-first approaches. The reason, as we discussed in the main chapter, is that production draws on what you have first received. When you speak before you have received enough, you are producing from a thin, underdeveloped reservoir, and the results sound thin and underdeveloped. When you speak after extended reception, you are producing from a richer, more textured reservoir, and the results reflect that richness. This has a specific implication that many learners find difficult to accept. In the early stages of learning, it is more productive to understand input than to produce output, even if producing output feels more like active work and more like real learning. The feeling that you are doing something when you speak and merely receiving something when you listen is understandable but misleading. Listening, when done with genuine attention and appropriate input, is doing something. It is doing the most important thing, building the foundation. How long should a silent period last? There is no single answer. Krashen's original formulation was sometimes taken to suggest very long periods of pure input, which attracted criticism from researchers who felt that output was being undervalued. The balanced view, supported by the research we have reviewed, is that a learner should prioritize input in the early stages, but begin experimenting with output relatively early, using that output to identify gaps that can then be filled by targeted input. The silent period is not a rigid stage with a defined duration. It is a principle about the importance of input as the foundation and the danger of forcing production before a sufficient foundation has been built. What constitutes sufficient? The subjective sense of being ready to speak, of having enough in you to say, is a reasonable guide. Most learners who have given themselves adequate input time report a feeling of words and phrases becoming available to them, of the language beginning to feel present and accessible rather than distant and foreign. When you start noticing English in your head without trying, when you find yourself thinking in English fragments while doing other things, when you dream in English occasionally, these are signs that the foundation is building in ways that will support increasingly natural production. Extended reflection on Chapter 3. Why your mother tongue is both your greatest asset and your biggest obstacle. The linguist Benjamin Lee Whorf proposed, in a theory that became known as the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, or the theory of linguistic relativity, that the language you speak shapes how you think, that different languages carve up reality differently, and that speakers of different languages therefore perceive and experience the world in measurably different ways. This theory has had a complicated history in linguistics, being dismissed for decades as deterministic and unprovable, and then partially rehabilitated by more nuanced research that found genuine but limited effects of language on cognition. The version that has survived empirical scrutiny is the weak form. Language does influence certain cognitive patterns, particularly in domains where the language provides specific structures for attending to distinctions, but it does not determine thought. Speakers of languages with elaborate spatial reference systems, for instance, do show slightly different spatial cognition than speakers of languages with less elaborate systems. Speakers of languages with grammatical gender show some effects of that gender system on cognition about the objects the words refer to. For language learners, the practical implication of this research is not that you are trapped by your native language's way of thinking, but that switching to a new language involves, at its deepest levels, a kind of cognitive reorganization, a willingness to attend to features of reality that your native language has never required you to attend to, and to stop attending, or attend differently, to features that your native language has trained you to notice. This reorganization is part of what makes advanced language learning genuinely mind-expanding in a way that is not just a metaphor. Learning to think in a new language is learning to see the world through a different organizational system, to notice time and space and relationship and causality in slightly different ways, to make distinctions that were previously invisible and to blur distinctions that were previously sharp. The fastest learners embrace this cognitive expansion. They are not trying to map their new language perfectly onto their old one. They are genuinely curious about what the new language sees that their old one misses, genuinely interested in the places where the two languages diverge as windows into different ways of organizing experience. This curiosity about linguistic difference is itself a driver of acquisition. The learner who is genuinely fascinated by the question of why English uses the present perfect in situations where their native language uses the simple past, and what this difference reveals about how English speakers think about the relationship between past events and present relevance, is acquiring grammatical understanding at a level of depth that the learner who simply wants to memorize the rule never reaches. There is also the question of false friends. Words in the new language that closely resemble words in the native language but differ significantly in meaning, which are one of the most common and most persistent sources of error for learners of cognate languages. A Spanish speaker who knows that the Spanish word embarazada means pregnant, not embarrassed, has avoided one of the most famous false friends in Spanish English learning. A French speaker who knows that the French word sensible means sensitive, not sensible, has avoided another. A German speaker who knows that gift in German means poison, while gift in English means a present, has avoided a potentially significant miscommunication. False friends are fascinating precisely because they reveal the history and divergence of related languages. Most of them arose from words that once had similar meanings in both languages, then drifted in meaning over centuries of separate development. Understanding their etymology helps you remember the divergence and remember the correct meaning in both languages. Extended reflection on Chapter 4. The Neuroscience of Fluency. The neuroscientist Michael Merzenich, who has done some of the most important work on brain plasticity in recent decades, has a phrase that captures something essential about the neuroscience of skill learning. Neurons that fire together wire together. This principle, known as Hebbian learning after the psychologist Donald Hebb who first proposed it, is the cellular mechanism underlying all learning, including language learning. When you encounter a word for the first time, a loose network of neurons fires in response to its sound, its meaning, its context. These neurons are not yet strongly connected to each other or to other parts of your language network. The next time you encounter the word, the same network fires, and the connections between those neurons are slightly strengthened. Each subsequent encounter strengthens the connections further, until eventually the network becomes so tightly wired that the activation of any part of it, seeing the word, hearing the word, encountering the concept it refers to, immediately and automatically activates the whole network. This is why repetition matters in language learning, but also why not all repetition is equal. Repetition that activates the same set of connections over and over again in exactly the same context strengthens those specific connections but does not build the broad, flexible network that characterizes deep language knowledge. Repetition that activates a word in multiple different contexts, with multiple different surrounding words and meanings and emotions, builds a richer and more versatile network that will be available in a wider range of communicative situations. This is the neuroscientific explanation for why reading vocabulary in context is more effective than drilling vocabulary on flashcards. The contextual reading activates a richer set of neural connections with each encounter. The flashcard activates only the narrow connection between the word and its translation. Both build something. The contextual reading builds more. The role of the hippocampus in language learning is particularly significant and worth understanding. The hippocampus is a seahorse-shaped structure in the medial temporal lobe that is essential for the formation of new explicit memories. It acts as a kind of binding agent, connecting the different elements of a learning experience, the sights and sounds and emotions and contexts, into a coherent memory. Damage to the hippocampus, as seen in certain forms of amnesia, selectively impairs the ability to form new explicit memories while leaving older memories and procedural skills relatively intact. For language learners, the hippocampus is doing a critical job every time a new word is encountered in a rich context. It is binding the word's sound, its meaning, its grammatical properties, the emotional tone of the encounter, the surrounding context, and the personal significance of the learning moment into a single integrated memory trace. The richness and emotional valence of the encounter determine how strongly the hippocampus binds these elements, which in turn determines how robustly the word is retained. Sleep, as mentioned in the main chapter, is when the hippocampus does much of its consolidation work. During slow-wave sleep, the hippocampus replays the day's learning events and transfers information to the neocortex, where it is integrated into long-term knowledge structures. This hippocampal neocortical transfer is not merely storage, it is the process by which today's learning becomes part of tomorrow's knowledge, by which new words become part of your vocabulary, new grammatical patterns become part of your competence. The implication for practical learning behavior is worth stating clearly. The hours you spend learning and the hours you spend sleeping are not competing for the same time. They are sequential components of the same learning process. Study genuinely loads the hippocampus. Sleep genuinely consolidates what has been loaded. Cutting sleep to study more is like filling a bathtub without allowing the drain to close. You are pouring in more than can be retained. Extended reflection on Chapter 5, the role of emotion in language acquisition. The psychologist Lev Vygotsky, one of the most influential figures in developmental psychology, argued that emotion and cognition are not separate systems that happen to interact, but a single integrated system that is artificially divided by the categories of our scientific vocabulary. What he called the unity of affect and intellect is, he argued, the most fundamental reality of mental life. Every thought carries emotional coloring, and every emotion involves cognitive content. For language learning, this unity has profound implications. The idea that we can strip the emotional dimensions from language learning, that we can treat the acquisition of vocabulary and grammar as a purely cognitive exercise like memorizing dates or solving equations, is fundamentally mistaken. Language is of all human cognitive achievements the one most deeply saturated in emotional significance. We learned our first language in the context of the most emotionally intense and formative relationships of our lives. The words that carry the deepest meanings for us are not the ones we looked up in dictionaries. They are the ones associated with the faces and voices and moments that mattered most. This history means that the emotional tone of language learning is never neutral. It is always either adding to or subtracting from the acquisition process, either activating the neural systems that facilitate encoding and consolidation or inhibiting them. The most important design principle for a language learning environment, whether a classroom or a self-directed study practice, is creating the emotional conditions that activate the systems we want active: curiosity, interest, engagement, positive challenge, genuine connection. The researcher Jean-Marc Duell has spent his career studying the relationship between emotion and multilingual communication, and his research consistently shows that highly proficient multilinguals experience their different languages with different emotional tones. They report that certain languages feel warmer, more intimate, more embodied. Others feel cooler, more formal, more cerebral. These emotional differences are not incidental. They reflect the conditions under which those languages were acquired and the communities with whom they are associated. For many learners, English is acquired under conditions of stress, formal assessment, and social pressure, and this means that the emotional associations with English skew negative: anxiety, inadequacy, judgment, performance pressure. One of the most powerful interventions available to such learners is the deliberate creation of positive emotional associations with English, finding English in contexts of pleasure and joy and connection, so that the brain learns to associate the language with positive emotion rather than stress. This is not a soft suggestion. It is a neurological recommendation. The brain that associates English with pleasure approaches English language inputs and outputs with a different physiological state than the brain that associates it with stress. The hippocampus that is bathed in positive neurochemistry consolidates language memories more effectively than the hippocampus operating under cortisol stress. The creation of positive emotional associations with English is not merely about making learning more pleasant, though it does that too. It is about optimizing the neurological conditions for acquisition. Extended reflection on Chapter 6, The Identity Shift. The philosopher Charles Taylor wrote in his landmark work, Sources of the Self, that identity is not a fixed essence that we discover, but an ongoing narrative that we construct in relation to our commitments, our relationships, and our moral horizons. We are not who we are simply because of what is given to us by nature or history. We are who we are in the process of becoming through the choices we make and the stories we tell about those choices. This constructivist view of identity has particular resonance for language learners. Your identity as an English speaker is not something you either have or lack. It is something you construct through the choices you make about how to engage with the language, the stories you tell about yourself as a language user, the commitments you make, and the way you follow through on them. The sociologist Irving Goffman's concept of performance is also relevant here. Goffman argued that social identity is always performed, that who we are in social situations is always a kind of presentation, shaped by our audience and our context, that we manage impressions and enact selves rather than simply expressing a pre-existing authentic self. This is not cynicism. It is a deep observation about the social nature of identity. For language learners, the performance insight is liberating. You do not need to wait until you feel like a real English speaker to perform being one. The performance itself is partly constitutive of the identity. When you engage in a conversation as though you belong there, with the confidence and presence of someone who has a right to occupy the language, that performance gradually becomes less performance and more expression of genuine identity, because the confidence and ease that the performance assumes become real through the practice of assuming them. This is what actors call the outside-in approach to character. Rather than waiting to feel the character from the inside and letting the feeling drive the behavior, you start with the external behavior and trust that the feeling follows. It works for actors because the brain does not always distinguish clearly between performed and genuinely felt emotion. The same principle works for language learners. There is a remarkable experiment in social psychology that speaks to this. Amy Cuddy and her colleagues found that adopting powerful, expansive body postures before a stressful social interaction not only changed hormonal profiles, but also changed subjective feelings of confidence and power, and changed performance in mock job interviews. The body was leading the mind rather than merely expressing it. The same dynamic applies to language performance. Behave like a confident English speaker, and you will gradually feel more like one. Extended reflection on Chapter 7. Input versus output. There is a concept from information theory that is useful for thinking about the input-output balance in language learning. The signal-to-noise ratio. In any communication channel, there is signal, the information you are trying to transmit, and noise, everything else that interferes with the transmission. The quality of communication depends on maximizing signal relative to noise. In language learning, noise in the input comes in many forms. Language that is too difficult to process, so unfamiliar that comprehension is impossible. Language that is so simple it contains no new information. Language that is delivered in a form incompatible with the learner's processing capacity, such as spoken input delivered too fast for their current processing speed, and language encountered while the learner's attention is insufficiently focused to actually register it. The fastest learners have developed a sensitivity to their own signal-to-noise ratio in input. They know when input is calibrated to the right level of challenge and when it is either too easy or too hard. They know when their attention is fully engaged and when it is wandering. They know the conditions that support their best learning, and they actively manage those conditions. This metacognitive awareness, the ability to monitor and manage your own cognitive processes, is one of the most consistent differentiators between more and less successful learners across academic domains, not just language learning. Highly metacognitively aware learners tend to learn faster and retain more because they are more effective at allocating their cognitive resources to activities that will pay off and at adjusting their approach when what they are doing is not working. The practical implication is that a significant part of becoming a faster learner is developing your metacognitive awareness about your own language learning. Not just doing the learning activities, but watching yourself do them, noticing what is working and what is not, noticing when your attention is genuinely engaged and when it is merely going through the motions, and adjusting accordingly. Extended reflection on Chapter 8. The grammar trap. There is a historical irony in the way grammar instruction has dominated language teaching for so long, given how clearly the research points away from it as the primary vehicle of acquisition. The dominance of grammar in language pedagogy has historical, not scientific roots. It derives from the medieval practice of teaching Latin, which was a dead language used primarily in writing and scholarship rather than in everyday speech. For a language learned exclusively for reading written texts, a grammar translation approach makes some sense. You need to be able to decode grammatical structures to understand what you are reading, and translation is a reasonable way of checking comprehension. When this approach was applied to living languages learned for communication, as it has been for the past several centuries, it was simply assumed that what worked for Latin would work for French and Spanish and German. This assumption was never tested rigorously. It was simply inherited, and by the time researchers began testing it systematically, in the 20th century, it had become so deeply embedded in educational practice that the results of the research struggled to displace it. The grammar translation approach is not entirely without value, even for communicative language learning. Understanding grammatical structure helps learners notice grammatical patterns in input, helps them self-correct, and helps them understand feedback. But it should be a support system for communicative practice, not the main event. The most effective language teaching approaches, such as task-based language teaching, content and language integrated learning, and communicative language teaching, all place authentic communication at the center and use grammatical instruction to support that communication rather than to replace it. For self-directed learners, the practical lesson is clear. If your daily English learning schedule has more time allocated to grammar study than to genuine communicative use of English, your priorities are probably misaligned with the research on what actually produces fluency. Grammar understanding should occupy a relatively small portion of your total learning time. The majority should be spent in the kinds of activities that build procedural competence: reading, listening, speaking, writing, in contexts where meaning is the primary goal. Extended reflection on Chapter 9. Vocabulary acquisition. The vocabulary researcher Paul Nation has spent decades studying the vocabulary demands of different kinds of texts and the most effective approaches to vocabulary learning, and his findings are both sobering and practically useful. Nation's research establishes that a native speaker of English has a vocabulary of somewhere between 15,000 and 25,000 word families, with word family meaning a base word and its common derivatives, for example, decide, decision, decisive, undecided, indecisively, counting as one word family. This vocabulary took the native speaker their entire childhood and adolescence to develop through daily immersion in the language across an enormous range of contexts, genres, and communicative situations. An adult English learner who wants to read authentic texts in English with reasonable comprehension needs to know approximately 8 to 10,000 of the most frequent word families. To comfortably read academic texts, the requirement rises to approximately 14,000. These are large numbers, and they help explain why vocabulary is such a persistent challenge for English learners, even after years of study. Nation's research also provides important guidance on which words to prioritize. The most frequent 3,000 word families in English account for approximately 95% of the words in most written texts. This means that a learner who knows the 3,000 most frequent words can understand the vast majority of the language they encounter, with only occasional unfamiliar words requiring attention. Learning the next 3,000 most frequent words brings coverage up toward 97 or 98%. The returns on additional vocabulary learning beyond the most frequent words diminish sharply because the remaining words appear so infrequently. This does not mean that vocabulary learning becomes unimportant once the most frequent words are known. It means that beyond the high-frequency core, vocabulary learning should be driven by the specific domains and texts the learner needs to engage with, rather than by generic frequency lists. An engineer learning English needs to know technical vocabulary related to engineering that general frequency lists will not prioritize. A doctor needs medical vocabulary. A literary scholar needs literary vocabulary. The most efficient vocabulary learning for these purposes happens through extensive reading in the relevant domain, where the specialized vocabulary appears repeatedly in its natural context. Nation also has important things to say about the role of guessing from context in vocabulary learning. He estimates that a learner can reliably guess the meaning of an unfamiliar word from context only when they know approximately 95 to 98% of the surrounding words. Below this threshold, there is not enough context to support reliable guessing, and the learner must either look up the word or accept comprehension failure. This is why vocabulary breadth is so important in the early stages. You need to know enough words to guess the remaining ones from context, which is how native speakers continue to expand their vocabulary throughout their lives. Extended reflection on Chapter 10. The power of comprehensible input. The concept of comprehensible input is one of the most frequently misapplied ideas in language learning. even by people who know the theory well. The misapplication usually takes one of two forms. The first misapplication is treating comprehensible input as a sufficient condition for acquisition, assuming that if you simply expose yourself to enough English at the right level, acquisition will automatically happen. This underestimates the role of attention, which is the cognitive gating mechanism that determines what in the input actually gets processed and potentially acquired. Input that is comprehensible in the sense that it can be understood does not automatically produce acquisition of all the linguistic features it contains. The learner's attention must be engaged with those features for them to be noticed and processed at a level that supports acquisition. This is why passive exposure, background listening or reading while doing something else, is far less effective than active, engaged exposure, even when the input is at the same level of comprehensibility. Active listening means attending to what you hear, noticing features of the language, connecting what you hear to what you already know, asking questions about what you do not understand. This kind of active engagement with input is what actually drives acquisition forward. The input is the material. Attention is the processing mechanism. The second misapplication is using comprehensibility as the primary measure of appropriate input difficulty. Accepting only input at a level where comprehension is consistently high. This misunderstands the productive role of difficulty. The zone of proximal development, Vygotsky's famous concept of the gap between what a learner can do alone and what they can do with support, applies to language learning as it applies to all learning. The most productive learning happens in this zone, not below it where everything is already known, and not above it where nothing is accessible. For language input, this means that some frustration and confusion is a feature, not a bug. Encountering words you do not know, structures you cannot yet parse, discourse patterns you have not yet internalized, and working to understand them from context. These are not failures of comprehension. They are the productive stretching that builds competence. The goal is not to understand everything. The goal is to understand enough that the unknown elements are accessible to inference and guess. The fastest learners have calibrated their sense of what constitutes productive difficulty versus counterproductive frustration. They know the difference between the engaged effort of working at the edge of their comprehension and the defeated withdrawal that signals input has exceeded their processing capacity. And they have learned to hold the former as a positive experience, a sign that growth is happening, rather than fleeing from it toward the safety of easier input. Extended reflection on Chapter 11. The myth of immersion. The anthropologist Del Hymes introduced the concept of communicative competence in 1966, arguing that language knowledge is not just knowledge of grammar, which linguists at the time, following Noam Chomsky, were calling linguistic competence, but knowledge of how to use language appropriately in social situations. What to say to whom, in what circumstances, in what form, with what degree of formality, with what communicative intent. Hymes was pointing out that a child who has fully internalized the grammar of their native language has only acquired part of what they need to be a competent communicator. The implications for language learners in immersive environments are significant. Even learners who are immersed in English and developing strong grammatical competence may be developing communicative competence more slowly, particularly in dimensions that are culturally specific and that require nuanced understanding of the social norms of English-using communities. Communicative competence includes knowing when to be direct versus indirect, which varies considerably across English-speaking cultures and across the cultures of English users worldwide. It includes knowing how to signal agreement and disagreement, how to interrupt politely, how to express strong views without giving offense, how to use humor appropriately, how to manage silence, how to open and close conversations, how to express sympathy and support. These are skills that cannot be acquired from grammar books or vocabulary lists. They require exposure to authentic communicative situations and, ideally, genuine participation in them with feedback from users who know the norms. This is another way in which the physical immersion myth misleads. It assumes that immersion automatically provides access to this kind of communicative apprenticeship. In fact, many learners in immersive environments spend most of their time in communicative situations that are limited in their complexity and diversity. Basic transactions, workplace routines, limited social interactions, and develop a communicative competence that is adequate for those situations but not for the full range of English-using situations they aspire to navigate. The deliberate creation of communicatively rich situations through friendships and professional relationships with fluent English speakers, through participation in English-speaking communities around shared interests, through engagement with the full complexity and diversity of English language media, is necessary whether one is in an immersive environment or not. The physical environment alone does not do this work. Extended reflection on Chapter 12. Speaking anxiety. The neurologist Antonio Damasio has proposed, in his somatic marker hypothesis, that decision-making and social behavior are fundamentally guided by emotional signals, bodily feelings that attach to the anticipated outcomes of different courses of action. When you anticipate speaking in English and feel anxiety, that anxiety is a somatic marker, a bodily signal that is guiding you away from the action it is attached to, toward avoidance. Damasio's research suggests that these somatic markers are not conscious calculations. They are preconscious, rapid, automatic responses that influence behavior before conscious deliberation even begins. This helps explain why knowing intellectually that speaking in English will be fine, that your English is good enough, that people will be patient, does not reliably dissolve the anxiety. The somatic marker is operating at a level below conscious reasoning, and it cannot be directly argued with. What can change the somatic marker is experience. When the feared outcome fails to materialize repeatedly, when speaking in English produces connection and understanding rather than judgment and embarrassment, the somatic marker system begins to update. The anticipation of English speaking gradually comes to be associated with a different bodily state, one of engagement rather than threat. This updating takes time and repetition, which is why the recommendation to simply push through the anxiety, while basically correct, is easier to say than to act on. The push-through must be sustained and repeated until the somatic marker system catches up. There is also the role of self-compassion, which research by Kristen Neff and others has established as an important psychological resource for managing anxiety and supporting persistence in challenging tasks. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a good friend who is struggling, acknowledging difficulty without exaggerating it, recognizing your shared humanity with other imperfect people, rather than treating your imperfection as isolating. For language learners, self-compassion means saying, "I made a grammar mistake just now, and that is normal. I am learning, and I will keep going," rather than "I made a grammar mistake, which proves I am bad at English and will always struggle." The first response is accurate and supportive of continued effort. The second is inaccurate and undermining. The fastest learners have, to varying degrees, the internal resource of self-compassion that allows them to keep going after setbacks rather than being derailed by them. Extended reflection on Chapter 13. The secret of collocations and chunks. The concept of lexical priming, developed by Michael Hoey, extends the chunk idea in an interesting direction. Hoey argues that every word in a language is primed by its history of use. Every time you encounter a word, you are encountering it in a context, and those contexts leave traces. Over many encounters, a word accumulates a set of statistical associations, a profile of the other words it tends to appear with. the grammatical positions it tends to occupy, the discourse contexts it tends to appear in, the semantic domains it tends to belong to. These accumulated statistical associations constitute the word's priming, and they influence how you use the word. If you have only ever encountered the word exacerbate in contexts of problems and difficulties, you will be primed to use it in similar contexts. If you have only encountered the phrase for all intents and purposes in formal, academic prose, you will be primed to use it in formal writing rather than casual conversation. This has an important implication for learners. The contexts in which you encounter words shape how you will use them. If all your vocabulary acquisition happens through decontextualized flashcards, you acquire words without their collocational and pragmatic profiles, and the words you produce will therefore lack the natural priming that makes native speaker language feel natural. This is another argument for acquiring vocabulary in context rather than in isolation. The pedagogical implication is that reading widely and in diverse genres is not just about accumulating vocabulary and grammar. It is about acquiring the full collocational and pragmatic profiles of words, the statistical patterns of use that constitute their full meaning in ways that decontextualized study simply cannot provide. Extended reflection on Chapter 14. The surprising role of pronunciation. The phonetician John Wells developed a transcription system for English that has become standard in many dictionaries, and his research on the diversity of English accents worldwide is relevant to the discussion of pronunciation and identity. Wells documented in exhaustive detail the phonological diversity that exists within English, showing that what we call English is not a single phonological system, but a vast family of related systems that share core features but differ significantly in detail. What this research reveals is that there is no single correct English pronunciation. Standard American English and received pronunciation British English are both accents, as are Australian English and Singapore English and Indian English and Nigerian English. All of these are legitimate varieties of English spoken by educated people and used in all registers of communication, from casual conversation to professional discourse to literary achievement. The prestige attached to particular accents, specifically to certain American and British accents, is a social and historical phenomenon, not a linguistic one. These accents are not more correct or more intelligible than others. They are more prestigious in certain contexts because of the historical dominance of certain English-speaking cultures in global affairs, media, and education. This prestige is real and has real effects on social outcomes, which is why learners need to be aware of it. But it should not be confused with linguistic merit. For learners, this means that the goal of pronunciation work should be intelligibility and communicative effectiveness, not the elimination of accent in pursuit of a particular prestige variety. An Indian English accent that is intelligible to a wide range of English speakers is a perfectly legitimate communicative resource. A Nigerian English accent that carries the speaker's identity and is fully intelligible to other English users is not in need of correction. The work of pronunciation development is the work of making yourself maximally understandable across the range of speakers you communicate with, and that work is very different from the project of accent elimination. Extended reflection on Chapter 15. Time, frequency, and the compound effect. The research on deliberate practice, developed most thoroughly by the psychologist Anders Ericsson and popularized by writers like Malcolm Gladwell and Cal Newport, provides important context for thinking about the time dimension of language learning. Ericsson's research on expert performance across many domains, from chess to music to sports to medicine, consistently found that the development of high-level skill requires not just many hours of practice, but specifically deliberate practice. Practice that is focused on improving specific aspects of performance, that is at the edge of current ability. that provides feedback about performance quality, and that is mentally demanding rather than routine. The 10,000 hours figure, which Gladwell made famous in his book Outliers, is a rough approximation of the deliberate practice investment required to reach world-class performance in complex domains. Erickson himself repeatedly emphasized that 10,000 hours of casual practice produces very different outcomes than 10,000 hours of deliberate practice, and that the quality and structure of practice matters as much as or more than its quantity. For language learners, this research has clear implications. Not all time spent in contact with English counts equally toward fluency. Time spent actively engaged, attending carefully, working at the edge of comprehension, producing language in conditions of communicative challenge, receiving and processing feedback. This is deliberate practice, and it produces proportionally more development per hour. Time spent in passive, inattentive contact with English, background listening, unfocused reading, habitual conversation that stays well within the comfort zone. This is less deliberate and produces proportionally less development per hour. The fastest learners tend to spend their learning time more deliberately than slower learners. They have specific goals for each practice session, specific aspects of their English they are trying to develop. They choose input that is genuinely challenging. They push their output beyond their comfort zone. They seek and process feedback. They reflect on what they are learning. In short, they practice in the way that Erickson's research identifies as the most efficient path to skill development. This does not mean that language learning should never be enjoyable or relaxed. Extensive reading and listening for pleasure are valuable precisely because they are pleasant enough to sustain over the long periods of time that vocabulary breadth requires. But the core of a language learning practice should include genuinely demanding work, the kind that feels like a stretch, that taxes attention, that produces productive errors and learning from them. Extended reflection on Chapter 16, The Social Dimension, the theoretical framework of communities of practice, developed by the anthropologist Jean Lave and the educational theorist Etienne Wenger, offers a rich lens for understanding why the social dimension of language learning is not optional but foundational. Lave and Wenger observed that learning in many domains does not happen primarily through explicit instruction, but through legitimate peripheral participation in communities of practice, the social groups organized around shared activities and goals that constitute the contexts where skills are actually deployed and developed. An apprentice plumber learns not primarily in a classroom, but by working alongside experienced plumbers on real plumbing problems. A new member of a professional community learns not only through formal training, but through participation in the practices, conversations, and social life of that community. For language learners, the implication is that the most powerful learning context is not a language classroom, but genuine participation in communities where English is used for real purposes. These communities can be professional, they can be organized around shared interests, they can be online or offline, they can be communities of English speakers or communities of English learners, as long as English is being used for genuine communicative purposes that matter to the participants. The language classroom, at its best, approximates this kind of genuine participation by creating tasks that are communicatively authentic and socially real. At its worst, it provides only decontextualized drill that has no connection to the genuine communicative practices of any community the learner actually belongs to or aspires to join. The fastest learners find their communities. They identify the communities, professional, social, intellectual, cultural, where English is the medium of genuine activity that they care about, and they participate in those communities, first peripherally, then more fully, as their English develops. This participation is both the most effective form of language learning and the most motivating, because the learning is happening in service of genuine belonging, rather than as preparation for a future belonging that may never materialize. Extended reflection on Chapter 17, feedback, and correction. The concept of recasting, which we mentioned briefly in the main chapter, has been the subject of substantial research in second language acquisition, and the findings are both interesting and practically useful. Recasting is the practice of responding to a learner's erroneous utterance with a reformulation of that utterance that corrects the error while also advancing the conversation. For example, if a learner says, "I gooed to the market yesterday," a recast would be a natural response that incorporates the correct form. "Oh, you went to the market? What did you buy?" The recast does not explicitly label the error. It does not interrupt the flow of conversation. It provides the correct form in a natural communicative context, and the research shows that learners do notice recasts and do benefit from them, particularly when they are paying attention to form and when the error that has been recast is in their zone of proximal development. However, the research also shows that recasts are not noticed or processed as corrective feedback by all learners in all circumstances. Learners who are focused entirely on meaning, who are under high communicative pressure, or who are simply not metacognitively aware enough to notice that a recast has occurred, may process the recast simply as a conversational response without registering its corrective function. This suggests that the effectiveness of recasting, like most forms of feedback, depends partly on the learner's disposition toward receiving it. Learners who have cultivated a habit of attending to form even in meaning-focused interactions, who maintain a background awareness that corrections and models may be offered in the course of conversation, benefit more from recasting than learners who are entirely focused on meaning and whose metacognitive awareness of their own production is low. The practical implication is that developing a background attentiveness to the language around you, even in conversational contexts, is a valuable habit. You do not need to consciously analyze every utterance you hear, but maintaining a light awareness that language is happening, that there may be forms and patterns worth noticing, positions you to benefit from the incidental feedback that authentic interaction naturally provides. Extended reflection on Chapter 18. Reading as the superpower. There is a specific practice associated with extensive reading that has accumulated an impressive evidence base, and that is worth discussing in some detail. Reading aloud. Reading aloud in English, particularly reading aloud prose that has been written by skilled authors of English, offers a combination of benefits that silent reading does not provide. When you read aloud, you are doing something that coordinates visual processing of text, phonological processing as you convert the written form to sound, articulatory processing as you actually produce the sounds, and auditory processing as you hear yourself. This multimodal engagement creates a richer encoding of the material than any single mode alone. Reading aloud also forces attention to prosody, the rhythm and melody of written prose, in a way that silent reading does not. When you read silently, you may skim over the rhythmic properties of a sentence in pursuit of its meaning. When you read aloud, you must realize the prosody. You must give the sentence the rhythm and intonation that the author intended, and in doing so you develop a much richer sense of how English sounds, how its sentences are shaped, where their emphases fall. This is why many of the most eloquent English speakers, in both native and non-native contexts, have been readers who regularly read aloud. Actors preparing roles, lawyers preparing arguments, teachers preparing lessons, preachers preparing sermons. The oral realization of written prose trains something in the speaker that silent reading does not, a bodily knowledge of how language moves and where it goes. For language learners, a practice of reading aloud from well-written English texts, whether fiction or nonfiction, whether for 15 minutes a day or for longer periods, builds both vocabulary and grammar through the density of written English, and builds pronunciation, rhythm, and fluency through the physical act of producing that language. It is one of the highest yield activities available to an intermediate or advanced learner. Extended reflection on Chapter 19. Building your English learning system. The concept of habit stacking, introduced by James Clear in his work on habit formation, is particularly useful for building a sustainable language learning system. The idea is simple. Rather than trying to build new habits from scratch, you attach new behaviors to existing habits that are already firmly established in your routine. The existing habit serves as a cue for the new behavior, and the new behavior is inserted into the existing temporal and contextual slot that the old habit occupies. For language learners, this means identifying the habits already established in your daily routine: the morning coffee, the commute, the lunch break, the evening wind down, and inserting English learning activities into those slots. The coffee becomes the occasion for 10 minutes of English vocabulary review. The commute becomes the occasion for an English podcast. The lunch break becomes the occasion for 15 minutes of English reading. The wind down becomes the occasion for 30 minutes of English television. Each of these insertions is small enough to seem trivial, but added together, they constitute over an hour of daily English exposure that has been achieved without requiring any additional time from your schedule, because it has been stacked on top of time that was already being used. The cumulative effect of these stacked habits over months and years is significant. An hour a day is 365 hours in a year, roughly a third of the way to the high end of the FSI estimates for moderately difficult languages. 2 years of this practice, sustained through habit rather than willpower, produces real and substantial advancement. The other advantage of habit stacking over scheduled study time is resilience. Scheduled study sessions are vulnerable to schedule disruption. When the schedule changes, the sessions fall away. Stacked habits are more robust because they are anchored to activities that are themselves reliably occurring. Your morning coffee happens almost every day regardless of what else changes. The English that is stacked on top of it, therefore, also happens almost every day. The design of your language learning system should exploit this psychological insight. Identify the most reliable anchors in your daily routine and attach English learning behaviors to them. Design those behaviors to be small enough that they require no significant willpower to initiate, because the initiation is the hardest part, and trust the compounding of consistent small actions over time. Extended reflection on Chapter 20. The hidden pattern revealed. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein wrote, in a late period of his thinking, that the limits of my language are the limits of my world. This is one of the most quoted and most debated sentences in modern philosophy, and it has been interpreted in many ways, some more defensible than others. The strongest interpretation, that language entirely determines what we can think and perceive, has been largely rejected by subsequent philosophy and cognitive science. The weaker interpretation, that language expands the range of what we can articulate, distinguish, and therefore in some sense think about more precisely, is broadly supported. For language learners, this weaker interpretation of Wittgenstein has genuine practical resonance. Adding a second language to your repertoire does not just add communication options. It adds cognitive and perceptual options. It gives you access to distinctions that your native language does not make, to concepts that your native language does not have words for, to perspectives that are embedded in another language's way of organizing experience. The learner who achieves genuine fluency in English has not just acquired a communication tool. They have expanded the range of what they can think and express and connect. They have access to the extraordinary body of literature, science, philosophy, art, and human conversation that English carries. They can participate in communities and conversations that were previously unavailable to them. They can connect with people across cultural distances that their native language alone could not bridge. This is the deepest argument for language learning that exists, deeper than career advantage, deeper than educational achievement, Deeper than social status, it is the argument from human fullness that being in two languages makes you more fully human, more fully present to the richness of the world, more capable of the kind of genuine encounter with other people and other perspectives that makes a life genuinely rich. The hidden pattern that separates the learners who make it from those who do not is ultimately this: the ones who make it have understood at some level that they are not acquiring a skill, they are becoming a different and larger version of themselves. They have understood that the destination is worth the journey because the journey is itself the destination, that every hour spent with the language is an hour of genuine growth and genuine encounter, not just preparation for some future moment of complete fluency. There is no complete fluency. There is only the ongoing practice of engagement with a living language in all its complexity and richness and endless possibility. The fastest learners have made their peace with this. They are not trying to finish. They are trying to deepen, and in that orientation, they have found the engine of progress that drives them forward while others are still waiting to start. The language is not a destination. It is a direction. Point yourself toward it and begin. A final note to the listener: if you have made it to the end of this audiobook, you have already demonstrated something important about yourself. You have the persistence and the genuine desire to do what it takes to improve your English. You listened. You stayed. You went all the way to the end. That persistence is not incidental to language learning. It is one of its most essential components. The learners who succeed are almost always the ones who simply did not stop, not the cleverest ones, not the ones with the best method, the ones who kept going. You are one of those people. You have the understanding now. You have the map. The territory is yours to explore. What will you do in English today? Bonus section: practical exercises and applications for every chapter. Practice applications for Chapter 1. The fastest learners are not the smartest ones. The insight that intelligence is less predictive than motivation and attitude is liberating, but liberation only matters if it changes what you do. Here are some concrete applications of this chapter's core ideas. First, conduct an honest audit of your current motivation. Sit down with a pen and paper and write out, as honestly as you can, why you are learning English. Not the socially acceptable reason, not the answer you would give in a job interview. The actual reason, the one that gets you out of bed on a difficult morning. If you cannot articulate a genuine, personal, emotionally resonant reason for learning English, that is the most important problem to solve before any other. The methods and hours you invest will be far less effective in the absence of genuine motivation. If your reason feels thin or obligatory, spend some time actively seeking a deeper connection to the language. What is English a door to? What community does it offer access to? What stories? What ideas? What conversations? What relationships? What versions of yourself are available through English that are not fully available without it? Find the answer to these questions and you will have found your engine. Second, experiment deliberately with difficulty. Choose an English text or audio that is slightly above your current level, something where you understand most but not all of it, and spend 30 minutes engaging with it without looking up every unfamiliar element. Notice what happens to your comprehension over time. Notice the way context begins to fill in gaps. Notice that the confusion is manageable, that your brain is working to resolve it, that you can tolerate not knowing everything and still get something valuable from the experience. Do this regularly. 3 weeks of deliberate exposure to slightly challenging material will noticeably increase your tolerance for difficulty and your confidence in your own ability to work through confusion without needing to resolve every point of uncertainty immediately. Third, set aside 5 minutes at the end of each day to reflect on what you encountered in English that day. A word you noticed, a phrase that struck you as interesting, a conversation that went better or worse than you hoped. This reflective practice builds the metacognitive awareness that distinguishes fast learners from slow ones. The learner who thinks about their learning learns faster than the learner who simply does their learning without reflection. Practice applications for Chapter 2. The silent period that nobody talks about. The primary practice application from this chapter is to audit your current ratio of input to output. How much of your English learning time is devoted to listening and reading versus speaking and writing? If speaking and grammar study dominate, consider explicitly shifting the balance toward input for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Not eliminating output, but deliberately front-loading the schedule with more listening and reading than you currently do. Choose authentic content, not language learner material. If you have been relying on graded readers and beginner podcasts, it is time to move to authentic material. Even if the comprehension rate drops initially, authentic material at the right difficulty level, meaning mostly comprehensible but with a significant proportion of unfamiliar elements, provides the kind of input that drives real acquisition. Set a target, perhaps an hour of engaged listening per day, or 30 pages of English reading per day, depending on your schedule and preferences. Track this target. At the end of 4 weeks, assess. Do you feel more internally resourced in English? Do phrases and structures come more readily to mind? Has the quality of your output, when you do produce it, improved? Most learners who genuinely commit to a heavy input phase report exactly this improvement. The English that was sitting in their passive knowledge migrates toward active knowledge. The phrases they have heard many times but never produced begin to feel available. The grammar they understood but could not produce begins to feel more automatic. The other application from this chapter is listening to the same content multiple times. Choose a podcast episode, a short talk, or a scene from a film and listen to it 3 times on different days. On the first listen, focus on the big picture. What is the main idea? What is being communicated? On the second listen, focus on the language. What specific words and phrases do you notice? What structures do you recognize? What is new? On the third listen, focus on delivery. How is the speaker using emphasis and intonation? Where do they pause? How do they manage the rhythm of their speech? Each listen reveals something the previous one missed. This is one of the most efficient uses of listening time available. Practice applications for Chapter 3. Why your mother tongue is both your greatest asset and your biggest obstacle. The primary practice application from this chapter involves becoming a deliberate researcher of your own linguistic transfer. Specifically, identify the 3 most persistent errors in your English that you believe are caused by your native language. These might be articles, tenses, prepositions, word order, phonological features, or anything else where your native language seems to be pulling your English in the wrong direction. For each identified transfer error, do 3 things. First, understand the underlying difference between your native language and English. Not just what the correct English form is, but why English uses it, what conceptual distinction it marks, what the English-speaking mind is attending to when it produces this form. Second, find examples of the correct form in authentic English texts and study them in context, building your exposure to the correct form in its natural habitat. Third, create practice situations where you deliberately focus on the correct form. Conversation tasks that require you to use it, writing exercises where you consciously apply it. This 3-step process, understanding the conceptual difference, building exposure to the correct form in context, and deliberately practicing the form in production, is more effective than simply drilling the correct form because it addresses all 3 dimensions of the transfer problem: the conceptual, the receptive, and the productive. The other application from this chapter is to begin practicing thinking in English at low-stakes moments in your day. When you are doing routine activities, washing dishes, walking to work, waiting in a queue, Try narrating your experience or your thoughts in English rather than in your native language. Do not aim for perfect English. Aim for English that is available to you, that your current knowledge supports. The practice of reaching for English formulations, of using the language as a medium of thought rather than a translation target, gradually builds the capacity that characterizes advanced fluency. Practice applications for Chapter 4. The Neuroscience of Fluency. The primary application from the Neuroscience chapter is to audit your practice activities for proceduralization. Look honestly at how you spend your English learning time. What proportion of it is building declarative knowledge, studying grammar rules, reviewing vocabulary definitions, learning about the language? What proportion is building procedural knowledge, using the language in communicative situations where meaning is the goal? If the declarative proportion is dominant, you are accumulating knowledge that is not being converted to skill. The most important adjustment you can make is to add more production to your practice. Production in conditions that approximate genuine communication, speaking with conversation partners, writing about topics that matter to you, participating in discussions where you have something you genuinely want to say. Regarding sleep and consolidation, if you are not currently sleeping at least 7 to 8 hours, and if you are sacrificing sleep for more study time, you are operating against the neuroscience of learning. More study time with less sleep produces worse outcomes than less study time with adequate sleep. The consolidation that happens during sleep is not a bonus, it is a necessary component of the learning process. Protect your sleep as you protect your study time. One practical exercise that exploits the proceduralization principle. After any grammar study session, immediately do a speaking or writing task that requires you to use the structure you just studied. In a context where meaning matters, do not do a gap fill exercise. Write a paragraph about something you care about. Tell a story that involves the structure. Have a conversation with someone about a topic where the structure is likely to come up naturally. This immediate production practice begins the proceduralization process, while the declarative knowledge is fresh, bridging the gap between knowing and using. Practice applications for Chapter 5. The role of emotion in language acquisition. The key application from this chapter is to redesign your English learning practice around emotional engagement. Take a piece of paper and write down 5 topics that genuinely fascinate you. 5 things you would read about or listen to or talk about for pleasure, entirely apart from language learning. Now find English language content on each of those topics. You are looking for content that is engaging enough that you would consume it even if it were in your native language. Content that activates genuine curiosity or excitement or enjoyment. This might be a documentary series, a podcast, a collection of essays, a YouTube channel, a Twitter community, a novel, a blog. The specific medium matters less than the genuine engagement. Commit to spending at least a portion of your English learning time every day with this genuinely engaging content. Not just competent content, not just appropriate level content, but content that makes you want to keep going, that leaves you curious about what comes next, that creates the positive emotional state that enhances learning at the neurological level. If your current English practice contains no genuinely enjoyable content, that is a problem you need to solve before any other. The most carefully calibrated learning system in the world will not sustain your engagement over the years that language acquisition requires if it is purely obligatory. Find the pleasure and let it carry you. Practice applications for Chapter 6. The identity shift. The practice from this chapter begins with a writing exercise. Describe in English the English speaker you are becoming, not the English speaker you are now with all your current limitations. The English speaker you are in the process of becoming. Describe what they do with English, what communities they belong to, what kinds of conversations they have, what they read and watch and write, how they feel when they speak. Write this description as fully and specifically as you can. This is not a fantasy. This is a vision grounded in who you actually are and what you actually care about, of the English-speaking life that you are building. Having a specific, articulated vision is more motivationally powerful than a vague aspiration to be better at English. It gives you something concrete to move toward and a way to assess whether your current practices are serving that vision. The second practice is what some coaches call acting as if. Before your next English conversation or English practice session, spend 2 minutes consciously adopting the identity of the English speaker you are becoming, rather than the language learner you currently are. What is different about how this person walks into the conversation? How do they hold themselves? What is their relationship to making mistakes? How do they think about their right to occupy this language? Then begin the conversation from that place. This will feel artificial at first. It will not feel authentic. But authenticity in performance is not the starting point. It is the result of repeated practice until the performed becomes real. Do this enough times and the identity begins to migrate from performed to felt. Practice applications for Chapter 7. Input versus output. The practical exercise from this chapter is to build an output-driven input loop. The idea is to use your output practice as a guide for targeted input, rather than letting input and output run in parallel without connection. The exercise works as follows. Set yourself a specific communicative task in English, something slightly beyond your current comfortable ability. It might be explaining a complex idea, telling a story from your life in detail, describing a process in your professional field, or having a conversation about a topic you find intellectually interesting. Do the task and pay careful attention to the places where you got stuck, where you reached for language that was not available, where you had to simplify because the complex version was beyond you. These stuck points are your learning priorities. After the output task, seek input specifically targeted at those points. If you could not find the words for a particular concept, seek a podcast or article about that concept in English, and pay close attention to how English speakers talk about it. If you struggled with a grammatical structure, seek authentic examples of that structure in use. If your vocabulary in a particular domain felt thin, read in that domain. This loop, output revealing gaps, input filling gaps, converts what might be frustrating limitations into highly efficient learning opportunities, because the learning is precisely targeted at what you actually cannot do, rather than being calibrated to some generic average level. Practice applications for Chapter 8. The grammar trap. The grammar application is this. For the next month, completely stop doing decontextualized grammar exercises. No gap fills, no multiple choice grammar questions, no grammar tests. Instead, every time you encounter an interesting grammatical structure in your reading or listening, note it down in context with the full sentence or phrase where you found it. At the end of the week, review your collected examples, understand the structure they all represent, and then write 5 original sentences using that structure to express something you actually want to say. This grammar in context approach is slower than drilling, but dramatically more effective for building the kind of grammar knowledge that actually appears in your speech. You are encountering grammar in its natural habitat, understanding it in relation to meaning, and practicing it by expressing genuine content. All 3 of these are improvements over the standard grammar drill approach. The other grammar application is to identify the 3 grammar features that most consistently create errors in your spoken English, and focus your grammar attention exclusively on those for the next 3 months. Not because other grammar does not matter, but because focused attention on specific problems produces faster improvement than diffuse attention spread across everything. Practice applications for Chapters 9 and 10, Vocabulary and Comprehensible Input. The vocabulary application begins with a collocation journal. Start a small notebook or a digital note-taking tool dedicated exclusively to interesting word combinations you notice in your reading and listening. Not individual words, but collocations and chunks. Phrases like broadly speaking. It stands to reason that the evidence suggests at the heart of the matter beyond the shadow of a doubt. When you encounter a phrase that strikes you as natural or useful, or that you could not have produced yourself, write it down in its full context. Review your collocation journal regularly and actively look for opportunities to use the phrases you have collected. There is a practice technique called deliberate deployment. After adding a phrase to your collection, set yourself the goal of using it in speech or writing within the next 48 hours. This urgency of deployment forces you to find real communicative situations that call for the phrase, and the process of finding those situations deepens your understanding of when and how it is appropriately used. For comprehensible input, the application is to identify your comprehensible input channels and diversify them. If you are currently getting all your input from one source or one genre, you are limiting the range of vocabulary and structure you are encountering. Challenge yourself to add one new input source per month. A new podcast in an area you have not explored, a new genre of book, a new type of English language media. The diversity of input is itself a driver of vocabulary breadth because different genres and domains use different vocabulary and different grammatical structures. Practice applications for chapters 11 through 20. For each of the remaining chapters, the core practice application follows the same pattern. Take the central insight and build a specific, concrete, schedulable behavior from it. From the immersion chapter, create a list of 5 ways to bring more English into your daily life without moving countries. These should be behaviors that fit naturally into your existing schedule and that you could maintain for years rather than weeks. Choose one and start this week. From the speaking anxiety chapter, identify the specific speaking situations that produce the most anxiety for you and make a commitment to enter one of them each week for the next month. Do not wait until you feel ready. Go in slightly underprepared and discover that you survive. Then reflect on what happened and what you learned. From the collocations chapter, identify one collocation or chunk that you have been using incorrectly, or that you have been avoiding because you were unsure of its usage. Research it thoroughly in an English corpus or dictionary. Find authentic examples of its use, and then deploy it correctly in conversation or writing within the week. From the pronunciation chapter, identify the 2 or 3 phonological features of your English that most affect your intelligibility, not your accent in general, but the specific features that cause the most communication breakdown. Focus your pronunciation practice exclusively on these features for the next 2 months. From the time and compounding chapter, calculate how many hours of English engagement your current practice schedule provides per year. Then calculate what daily addition would most significantly increase that number with the least disruption to your life. Make that addition and track it for 30 days. From the social dimension chapter, identify one English-using community that operates around an interest you genuinely have. It might be an online forum, a local club, a professional organization, a study group. Join it and participate in it in English for 30 days. Tracking what language learning happens naturally as a result of genuine participation. From the feedback chapter, in your next conversation practice session, explicitly invite your partner to correct you. Tell them what you are working on, what kind of errors you want to hear about, and how you would like the corrections delivered. Then practice receiving the corrections gracefully, acknowledging them, repeating the correct form, and moving on without excessive apology or self-criticism. From the reading chapter, commit to reading in English for pleasure for at least 20 minutes every day for the next 60 days. Choose a book that genuinely interests you, not a graded reader, not a language learning text, but a real book you would want to read. Track the number of days you maintain the habit. At the end of 60 days, assess the effect on your vocabulary, your sense of written English, and your comfort with the language. From the System Design chapter, write out your current English learning system in concrete terms. What you do, when you do it, how long each activity takes. Then evaluate each element against the criteria we discussed. Is it engaging enough to sustain? Is it challenging enough to produce growth? Does it include both input and output? Does it build both declarative and procedural knowledge? Revise your system based on this evaluation and test the revised version for 1 month. From the final chapter, write a letter to yourself to be read 1 year from now, describing the English speaker you are today, what you have achieved, what you are proud of, and what you are committed to doing in the coming year. Put a specific date on it and set a reminder to read it when that date arrives. The act of writing this letter crystallizes your current commitments and creates a form of accountability to your future self that can be surprisingly powerful as a motivational resource. Closing thoughts from the author. A note about what you have just listened to. This audiobook has been comprehensive in its treatment of the topic, but comprehensiveness is not the same as completeness. Language learning is a field of active and ongoing research, and new findings are continuously refining and occasionally overturning what we thought we knew. The principles described here are grounded in the best available evidence, but they should be held as working hypotheses rather than absolute truths, subject to revision as your experience and the research develop. The most important thing you can bring to your language learning is not the right method or the right content or even the right amount of time. The most important thing is a genuinely open, curious, engaged relationship with the language and with the process of learning it. That relationship is not a product of having the right information, though information helps. It is a product of choosing repeatedly and deliberately to approach English with interest and warmth rather than with anxiety and obligation. If this audiobook has given you more understanding of what you are doing when you learn, and more compassion for the difficulty of what you are doing, and more confidence that the difficulty is surmountable with the right approach sustained over time, then it has done what it set out to do. Now put it down and go do the work. The language is waiting. Listener's Reference Guide. Key concepts and terms. Throughout this audiobook, a number of specific terms, concepts, and researchers have been mentioned. This reference guide provides brief explanations of the most important ones, serving both as a review tool and as a starting point for deeper exploration of the ideas that interested you most. Acquisition versus learning. Stephen Krashen's influential distinction between acquisition, the implicit, unconscious process by which language competence develops through exposure and use, and learning, the explicit, conscious study of language rules and forms. Krashen argued that acquired language is what drives fluency, while learned language supports monitoring and editing. This distinction remains controversial in its strong form, but captures something genuinely important about the difference between the two processes. Affective filter, another Krashen concept, describing the emotional and motivational factors that either allow or block the intake of comprehensible input. A high affective filter, produced by anxiety, low motivation, or low self-confidence, impedes acquisition by preventing the processing of input at the level required for it to be acquired. A low affective filter allows input to be processed effectively. The practical implication is that reducing anxiety and building positive motivation are not peripheral concerns but central ones for language acquisition. Applied linguistics, the academic field that applies linguistic knowledge to real-world problems, including language teaching and learning, translation, speech therapy, and language policy. Applied linguistics draws on theoretical linguistics, psychology, sociology, and education to study how languages are learned, used, and taught. Automaticity, the property of a mental process that operates without conscious attention, quickly, efficiently, and without demanding cognitive resources. Fluency in language is largely a matter of automatic processes, automatic word recognition in reading, automatic grammatical encoding in speaking. Automaticity develops through extensive practice. Big Five personality traits. The 5 dimensions of personality most widely used in psychological research: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Of these, openness to experience is the dimension most consistently associated with language learning success. Collocations, word combinations that native speakers use habitually and that sound natural to other native speakers. Collocations are not random. Certain words consistently appear together and others do not, and the patterns are not entirely predictable from logic alone. Learning collocations is essential for natural-sounding English production. Communicative competence. Delheim's concept of the knowledge required not just to form correct grammatical sentences, but to use language appropriately in social contexts. Communicative competence includes knowledge of when to speak and when to be silent, how to address different people, what forms are appropriate in different situations, and how to use and interpret the full range of communicative resources available in a language. Communities of practice. Jean Lave and Etienne Wenger's concept of the social groups organized around shared activities and goals, within which learning happens through legitimate peripheral participation. Language learning viewed through this lens is not primarily an individual cognitive achievement, but a social process of becoming a member of a community. Comprehensible input. Krashen's term for language input that is understood by the learner despite containing elements that are slightly above their current competence level. The classic formulation is I plus 1, your current level of knowledge plus 1 step above it. Comprehensible input is argued to be the primary mechanism of language acquisition. Declarative memory, memory for facts and information that can be consciously recalled and explicitly stated, contrasted with procedural memory. Grammar rules and vocabulary definitions are stored as declarative knowledge. Declarative knowledge must be proceduralized through practice to become the automatic skill that fluency requires. Deliberate practice. Anders Ericsson's concept of the specific kind of practice that produces expert performance. Practice that is focused, challenging, at the edge of current ability, guided by specific goals, and informed by immediate feedback. Deliberate practice is contrasted with routine practice, which may maintain but does not develop skill. Dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with reward, motivation, and learning. Dopamine is released in response to rewarding experiences and in anticipation of them, and it plays a crucial role in the consolidation of new memories by enhancing hippocampal encoding. The connection between positive emotion and better memory consolidation is partly mediated by dopamine. Elaborative encoding, the process of connecting new information to existing knowledge in rich and varied ways, creating multiple retrieval pathways. Elaborative encoding produces more robust and more flexible memory representations than shallow encoding, which connects new information to only one or a few existing nodes. Explicit grammar instruction, teaching that makes grammatical rules and patterns explicit to learners, as contrasted with approaches that expose learners to grammatical patterns without explicit explanation and trust implicit acquisition to occur. Research suggests that explicit instruction has value for adult learners, but that it must be accompanied by communicative practice to produce procedural skill. False friends, words in two different languages that resemble each other in form but differ significantly in meaning. Examples include the Spanish embarazada, meaning pregnant, not embarrassed, the French sensible, meaning sensitive, not sensible, and the German gift, meaning poison, not gift. False friends are a common source of errors for learners of cognate languages. Forgetting curve. Hermann Ebbinghaus's characterization of the typical pattern of memory decay over time. Sharp initial decline in the hours after learning, followed by a slower rate of decline as the curve flattens. The forgetting curve provides the theoretical basis for spaced repetition. Reviewing material just before it would otherwise be forgotten is the most efficient way to strengthen the memory. Fossilization, the phenomenon in which certain grammatical errors become fixed in a learner's interlanguage and resist correction despite continued exposure and instruction. Fossilized errors are typically errors that did not impair communication during the period when the learner was not attending to them, and that the procedural system has therefore encoded as correct. Preventing fossilization is one reason to attend to accuracy relatively early in learning. Growth mindset. Carol Dweck's term for the belief that ability is developed through effort and practice rather than fixed by nature. Contrasted with fixed mindset, the belief that ability is a stable, innate quantity, learners with a growth mindset tend to persist through difficulty and treat challenges as learning opportunities rather than as evidence of incompetence. Hebbian learning, the neurological principle named after Donald Hebb, that neurons that fire together wire together. When two neurons are active at the same time, the synaptic connection between them is strengthened. This is the cellular mechanism underlying all associative learning, including the formation of vocabulary and grammatical networks in the brain. Hippocampus, the brain structure essential for the formation of new explicit memories. The hippocampus acts as a binding agent, connecting the various features of a learning experience into a coherent memory trace. It plays a central role in the consolidation of language learning, particularly in the transfer of new information from short-term to long-term memory during sleep. Identity investment, Bonnie Norton's concept that language learning is not just about acquiring a skill, but about negotiating identity and investment in imagined communities. Learners invest in a language to the degree that they see it as offering returns in terms of social identity, community belonging, and access to desired social worlds. Input hypothesis, Krashen's hypothesis that language acquisition occurs through comprehensible input at the right level of challenge. The hypothesis makes the strong claim that all acquisition happens through input and that output is not necessary for acquisition, a claim that subsequent research has moderated. Interlanguage, Larry Selinger's term for the developing language system that learners construct as they acquire a second language. The interlanguage is systematic but differs from both the learner's native language and the target language. It develops through a series of stages as acquisition progresses. Investment, Bonnie Norton's concept of the relationship between learner identity and motivation. Learners invest in a language when they perceive it as offering access to desired identity positions and social worlds. Investment is distinct from motivation in its emphasis on the social and identity dimensions of language learning. Language learning anxiety, a specific form of anxiety associated with the language classroom and with language use situations, distinct from general anxiety, characterized by fear of making mistakes, fear of negative evaluation, and communication apprehension. Language learning anxiety is one of the most significant effective barriers to language learning achievement. Legitimate peripheral participation. Love and Wenger's concept of the way newcomers enter communities of practice. Not through formal instruction, but through gradual participation in the community's activities, beginning at the periphery and moving toward fuller participation as competence develops. Lexical approach, Michael Lewis's approach to language teaching that emphasizes the central role of lexical chunks and collocations in language use. The lexical approach argues that fluency is largely a matter of having a large store of prefabricated lexical units available for rapid deployment, rather than being primarily a matter of generating sentences by applying grammatical rules to individual words. Lexical priming, Michael Hoey's theory that every word is primed by its history of use. Accumulated over many encounters, a word develops statistical associations with the other words it appears with, the grammatical positions it occupies, and the contexts in which it occurs. These associations constitute the word's collocational and pragmatic profile and influence how speakers use it. Natural order hypothesis. Krashen and Terrell's hypothesis that grammatical morphemes are acquired in a relatively predictable sequence, regardless of instructional order. This sequence reflects internal developmental readiness rather than instructional sequence, suggesting that grammar cannot be productively taught before the learner's internal system is ready to acquire it. Negotiation of meaning, the interactional process by which speakers work to establish mutual understanding when communication breaks down. Asking for clarification, rephrasing, simplifying, using gesture and demonstration. Research shows that negotiation of meaning is one of the most effective contexts for language acquisition because it focuses attention on precisely the points of linguistic difficulty. Output hypothesis, Merrill Swain's hypothesis, that output is not just the product of language acquisition, but also a cause of it. Output serves to push learners to notice gaps in their knowledge, test hypotheses about the language, and develop the automaticity that comprehension alone cannot provide. Phonemic coding ability, one of the components of language learning aptitude, the capacity to hear and accurately code the sound distinctions in a new language. Phonemic coding ability affects the development of pronunciation accuracy and also supports the accurate encoding of new vocabulary. Phonological system, the sound system of a language, the set of sounds used in that language, the rules governing their combination, and the ways sounds carry meaning through contrast. Different languages have different phonological systems, and the differences between the native language's phonological system and the target language's system are a major source of pronunciation difficulty. Procedural memory, memory for how to do things, skills and habits that operate automatically and below the level of conscious access. Contrasted with declarative memory, fluent language use is largely procedural. It is not the result of conscious rule application, but of automatic pattern completion that has developed through extensive practice. Proceduralization, the process of converting declarative knowledge, knowing a rule or fact, into procedural skill, being able to apply it automatically in real time. Proceduralization happens through practice in conditions that approximate real use, with attention on meaning rather than form. Pushed output, Swain's concept of output that is designed to stretch learners beyond their current comfortable capacity, pushing them to find new linguistic resources to express meanings that their existing language cannot yet handle. Pushed output is contrasted with output that merely recycles what the learner can already comfortably say. Recasting, a form of feedback in which a teacher or conversation partner responds to a learner's erroneous utterance with a reformulation that corrects the error while advancing the conversation. Recasting provides corrective feedback implicitly within the flow of genuine communication, without explicitly labeling the utterance as wrong. Self-compassion, Kristen Neff's concept of treating oneself with the same kindness and understanding one would extend to a close friend who is struggling. Self-compassion involves acknowledging difficulty without exaggerating it, recognizing that imperfection is a universal human experience, and responding to one's own failures and setbacks with warmth rather than harsh judgment. Silent period, the developmental period in child language acquisition, during which a child is acquiring language through exposure without producing it. Applied to adult language learning, the concept argues for the value of extensive input before intensive production, building a rich internal resource of language before attempting to speak it. Somatic marker hypothesis, Antonio Damasio's hypothesis that decision-making and social behavior are guided by bodily emotional signals that attach to anticipated outcomes, influencing behavior before conscious deliberation begins. Applied to language anxiety, the somatic marker is the automatic feeling of threat that is triggered by anticipated speaking situations and that can be modified through repeated positive experiences. Spaced repetition, a learning technique in which material is reviewed at increasing intervals over time, timed to occur just before the material would otherwise be forgotten. Spaced repetition is more efficient than massed practice for long-term retention because reviewing material at the point of near forgetting provides the strongest possible strengthening of the memory. Transfer, the influence of the native language on the production and comprehension of the target language. Positive transfer occurs when native language features support correct target language production. Negative transfer, also called interference, occurs when native language features lead to errors in target language production. Zone of proximal development. Vygotsky's concept of the gap between what a learner can do independently and what they can do with guidance or support. The zone of proximal development is the most productive region for learning. Tasks that are too easy produce no growth, and tasks that are too difficult produce only frustration. But tasks in the zone of proximal development, where the learner can succeed with effort and support, produce the most learning. Recommend further reading for listeners who wish to explore the ideas in this audiobook more deeply. The following works represent some of the most important and accessible contributions to the field. Stephen Krashen's work on input and acquisition is most accessibly summarized in his book The Natural Approach, written with Tracy Terrell. While parts of the theory have been refined or challenged by subsequent research, it remains one of the most influential and readable introductions to the input hypothesis. Meryl Swain's papers on the output hypothesis are primarily academic, but her ideas are discussed accessibly in several second language acquisition textbooks, including Rod Ellis's Understanding Second Language Acquisition, which provides a comprehensive overview of the field. Carol Dweck's Mindset offers the most readable presentation of fixed and growth mindset research and its implications across many domains of human performance, including learning. Paul Nation's work on vocabulary acquisition is most accessible in his book Learning Vocabulary in Another Language, which provides a thorough, research-grounded treatment of every aspect of vocabulary learning. Michael Lewis's The Lexical Approach presents his argument for the centrality of lexical chunks in language teaching and learning, and is readable by non-specialists. James Clear's Atomic Habits, while not about language learning specifically, provides the most practical and well-researched treatment of habit formation available, and is directly applicable to the project of building a sustainable language learning practice. Anders Ericsson and Robert Pools Peak presents the research on deliberate practice in an accessible form and has direct implications for understanding what kinds of language practice are most effective. Bonnie Norton's Identity and Language Learning is the most thorough treatment of the relationship between identity and second language acquisition, though it is written for an academic audience. For those interested in the neuroscience of language and learning, Michael Merzenich's Soft-Wired provides an accessible account of brain plasticity and how it can be exploited for learning and cognitive development. And for those who want simply to practice their English while enriching their minds, the answer is always read more. Read whatever genuinely interests you in English as much as you can, as often as you can, for as long as you can. The language will grow as the reading does, and the reading will deepen as the language grows.